is real, and I know many of you are out excited for this one. It's going to be a good one. The match card looks, I'll be honest, it actually looks quite intriguing. I like the fact that the War Games matches actually mean something. So the women's matches got Toxic Attraction and Dakota Kai going up against a load of, like, face women, and so I kind of like the fact that Toxic Attraction are very much the key part to this. So it's kind of like Toxic Attraction have been bullying everyone, and now it's them versus the kind of rest of the roster, the face part of the roster. So that's the women's match, and then obviously the men's match, they're doing old school versus new school, and yeah, I kind of like the fact they've spun it that way as well. So I do think that both of the main matches have got something quite intriguing about them, and the rest of the card as well looks okay. I am down for a hair versus hair match. I think hair versus hair matches are very fun. I think as well the way that they've kind of built this one up has been built up all right. So, yeah, you know, this War Games, I'll be completely honest, is not the show that I get excited for. I know many people out there love War Games, love this pay-per-view. It's not one that I'm crazy about personally, but with that being said, I do think that there's some matches here that are quite interesting. The old versus the new on the men's War Games, I think, is very interesting. I expect New School to win that. Roderick Strong against Joe Gacy. I think that's quite interesting, of course, because I think Joe Gacy is interesting. But not only that, I think Haaland as well, you know, is this big monster just kind of in the background. And I'm interested to see what happens with the Cruiserweight Championship. There was a lot of talk that the Cruiserweight Championship might be axed, it might be gone. So Joe Gacy could win that, and he could turn it into the all-inclusive championship. We could actually see it going down those roads, which I wouldn't mind. Like Joe Gacy walking around with the all-inclusive championship. I think that's a really good accessory for him. If you think about the $1 Million Man, and he had the $1 Million Championship, that was a great accessory for him. But if you think about Joe Gacy with the all-inclusive championship, I'm down for that. I think that's a really good idea. That excites me more than the Cruiserweight title, which I think it's dead. I think it's dead in the water. I think the thing with the Cruiserweight title is you've either got to have a Cruiserweight division and you've got to go big, which is what 205 Live was meant to be. And I think, you know, the ideas they had was fine, but I don't think the roster was strong enough. I don't think it had star power. That was the problem, really. It didn't have star power. And then as soon as they started to put some star power into it, that star power started to get upset at the fact that it was being pushed into 205 Live. Like, do you know what I mean? If you've been on Raw, why all of a sudden now are you going to be happy that you're on 205 Live? So I think they completely pitched it wrong. I think they got it completely wrong. I think really a part of Raw, not one match, not just one random match, but like a section of Raw, like half an hour of Raw, the opening half an hour of Raw, or the middle half an hour of Raw, or whatever it might be. You do the first hour of Raw, and then the start of the second hour is 205 Live, or whatever it might be. I think it needed to be its own thing. Because just a random match on Raw and then the rest of it happened on 205 Live just meant that, you know, you put Neville in there. Like, Neville's going to get a bit disgruntled after a while. Same with, like, Austin Aries, who got a bit disgruntled after a while. Enzo apparently upset everyone. And, like, you know, the rest of the people just didn't have any star power. I mean, you look at it now, you had some all right names in it, but just not a reason to watch. So, yeah, I kind of feel like they did try it. They got it wrong. It failed. There was mistakes that were made, and I think the Cruiserweight title needs to go. So, but I do like, actually, Roderick Strong walking around with the Cruiserweight Championship. Roderick Strong with the Cruiserweight Championship, I think, looks really cool. So, I'm a little bit torn, but I'm down for a all-inclusive championship and seeing where that story goes. So, Imperium against Kyle O'Reilly and Von Wagner for the tag titles. I don't know. That match, probably out of all of them, is the one I'm least bothered by. Just because I think Imperium without Volta are pretty boring. And I think that Kyle O'Reilly and Von Wagner, I don't buy them as a tag team. I just don't feel the chemistry. I just don't think they're very good together. I don't feel like, like with Johnny and Tommaso Ciampa, you feel like they would die for each other. Like, they feel like they're brothers. They feel like, they're going to go to war with each other. But, like, with Kyle O'Reilly, it feels like two wrestlers that have been shoved together. Because guess what? That match probably isn't grabbing me. But hair versus hair. I like hair versus hair. Certainly when it matters. I don't know if the build for this is as great as it could have been, but I do think the build for this has still been all right. Like, they've been given some segments. There's been some brutal beatdowns. They've built it over a few weeks. It's all right. It could be worse. But hair versus hair. To be honest, I'm already thinking, as soon as this happens, I really want to put that up as a separate video, because I want to try and get more fun videos onto the channel. We do a lot of watch-alongs, and I love the fact there's a toy hunt that's on the channel now. So I love that, and I'm thinking, like, it's going to be pretty fun. Whoever loses their hair tonight, that's going to be fun, isn't it? So ideally, I can get a good image of that person having their head shaved or whatever it might be. I might take a moment during the stream to try and get that video done as a separate video, because I think a loser having their head shaved is one of those kind of fun things. And there's a lot of people that don't watch NXT that I think would find it fun to see the wrestler before they lost the match and then after they lost the match, and how they look different now. So hopefully it's going to be a good head shaving. It's not just going to be a couple of, clips. So, I'm definitely thinking of doing like that, because I think that would be a fun little thing to have on the channel. And then we've got the women's War Games match. So Raquel, Gonzalez, Io Shirai, Cora, Jade, and Kaylee Ray taking on Toxic Attraction and Dakota Kai. And as we said, I really like that. I like the fact that it's built around... I made a comparison which was maybe a bit controversial, but I said that Toxic Attraction are a little bit... Let's underline that, little bit, like Undisputed Era, because they are the dominant faction. Like, they are holding all the golds. They've got the women's title and the 2 tag belts, like the women's tag belts. So there's no other women's titles for them to hold. They are it. When it comes to the women's division, they are absolutely running the show. Like, Undisputed Era ran the men's division. Toxic Attraction right now are running the women's division. So they might not be as cool. They might be doing it a different way. They might not be as good in the ring, giving us 5-star matches. I concede all of that. Like, the chances of them main eventing is very slim compared to, like, say, Adam Cole, where it was likely that he was going to main event. Like, I don't think there's much chance that Mandy Rose is going to main event a show, a pay-per-view show or anything like this. I know they serve different kind of purposes, different audiences, but I think they're very dominant. They're being booked very strong, and I kind of like the fact that this War Games match is basically all about them. This is all about Toxic Attraction. And them kind of basically running the women's division. Dakota Kai has joined them because, she ain't got nothing else to do. And then you've got all the faces that are upset with them. So I do like that. I do like the fact they've built it around a group. I don't like the group, but I do like the fact they've built it around the group. And it's interesting that they're doing this in the women's division, because I can't remember a women's faction in NXT history. I remember there being a couple of alliances. I can remember there being, like, maybe the Robert Stone brand. Not sure that really counts. Don't think it ever really got going. I can remember, like, Emma and Dana Brooke hanging around with each other. I can remember, like, Peyton Royce and Billie Kay, of course. But I can't remember, like, 3 women that were this dominant together. Not that I can recall. I mean, the 4 horsewomen, but they were never really united, if that makes sense. We never really saw them running the show, or coming together. They were always fighting each other, very much like they are now. You know, on the main roster, you don't see the 4 horsewomen together. And it was similar down in NXT. So, yeah, I do like it. It's kind of different. So, yeah, that's those are my thoughts anyway. We've got 20 minutes till the kickoff show begins. But as we know with the kickoff show, it is just going to be video packages. Video package city, isn't it? So, big shout out to... Who is this? Jason Peace. Shout out to you, buddy. Said 15 months and still going strong. Shout out to you, Jason. Bringing the peace to the community, the Jason Peace. David Walker, I saw as well earlier. Shout out to you, buddy. Really appreciate the support. Days, I think Cora Jade is the youngest person to ever be in a War Games at only 20 years old. She could be, yeah. Edward said, if you are new here, drop a like and subscribe. Edward, shout out to you. Wrestle with Andy says, have you heard WWE are stopping production of DVDs and Blu-rays? Yeah, I've heard. I don't know quite how all of that works, to be honest, because I believe here in the UK, there is a company that gets the rights to make them. So I think if that company wanted to continue to make them, I can't see why WWE wouldn't let them, unless there's some kind of an agreement with Peacock or something that says we are the only platform that can, benefit from your content or, your historic content. So unless there was any agreement like that, I really don't know. But I know, I heard stories of the company, I can't remember who it is now, but the company that's got the license did not know about the network. So when the network was announced, you can imagine how brilliant that went down. Could imagine, your whole life, your whole company is making WWE DVDs, and then out the blue, every show and all this stuff, this content is now going to be available for $9.99 a month. The writing has been on a wall for a while, hasn't it? So yeah, I can't say it's too much of a surprise. The only thing I would say is that I did feel that there was actually still a way forward for DVDs and Blu-rays in regards to WWE. I might have been wrong. I could be wrong. But I do think that you could have done some stuff that isn't on the network. For example, best of 93, best of 1994, best of 1995, best of 1996. To my knowledge, where would you go for that? If you wanted to watch the best of 1996, 2 hours of just the best stuff from 1996 that covers Raw, SmackDown. Well, SmackDown wasn't around, but covers Raw, covers, I think it was Wrestling Challenge around then. I can't remember when Wrestling Challenge wrapped up. But covered, maybe Shotgun Saturday Night, all the pay-per-views, the best matches, some of the best stories, just in, 2 hours. And then you get another disc full of matches. You can't get that on the network. And if you get it at a good price, if you put it out there at, say, $9.99, there might be some people that pick that up. I would have been interested in collecting those. Imagine if you had a collection going from 1980 to the year 2000 of just the best of WWE. Even though you've got the network, it's just a really quick way of just, you know what I mean? Get in and watching what you want to watch without having to go, well, you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. You couldn't follow all the storylines unless you actually sat down and went through all the years. So I kind of, there was stuff like that I thought, well, you could have potentially done stuff like that. I always thought the documentary things they did were fantastic. I know that the network does a fair few documentaries like the Icon series and everything, but what about for those... there must be wrestlers out there that have not been featured that they could have done some interesting stuff with. So, I don't know. I mean, it was definitely getting harder. I think the whole pay-per-view ones were dead. Do you know what I mean? Trying to sell flipping Backlash for 2021 or whatever. Like, I can't see them selling. Or trying to sell Extreme Rules for this year. Like, yeah, they were dead. They were all dead. You might be able to sell, like, collector's edition WrestleManias, though. Why not do collector's edition versions of WrestleMania? Where you get, like, a little bit of the ring in it or something. Like, you could have done those. They would have sold. Anything that would add a bit more value, you know, you get, like, an autograph inside or something for special editions. Like, you could have done that. I'm sure the WrestleMania ones still sold. So, yeah, I don't know. They must have looked at it. They must have better visual on the numbers, and it must be dying. It just must be dying. I mean, we know the DVD market is dying anyway. But I mean, like, what about 4K TVs and everything? But then I suppose, like, you can stream it in 4K now, can't you? So, and what with 5G coming along, it's all just getting easier and quicker and higher quality. And yeah, perhaps it is just dead. Hasib said, can I say that the reports about Johnny, I feel he will leave WWE to go somewhere. There's an easy schedule like Impact where they tape their shows and do pay-per-views, and then he could go to the Indies. Venerus says Johnny Gargano is all elite. Dort Knight said, are there any wrestling-themed bars in the UK? It would be great to have one that shows all the events and has old ones on during the day, belts on the wall, wrestling arcades, pinball games. To my knowledge, no is the answer. I am not aware of any wrestling-themed bars in the UK. I'm not saying there isn't one. There might be one. These kind of things open and close all the time, don't they? So, you know, if it turned out there was a small bar in Newcastle that was exactly that, would I be surprised? No, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know how long it would last, if I'm being honest. I think that we have to be honest in that I don't know how popular pro wrestling is at the moment. It kind of feels like the pandemic has really knocked the stuffing out of it. Like, I think that the ratings were in decline anyway, and then we went through a pandemic where people were locked indoors and the ratings still flatlined, which I do find a bit concerning. The fact that really, you know, it should have been a great time, you would have imagined, for people discovering WWE or taking a chance on it or getting into it. But that just did not seem to happen. And then we've come out, and again, we've kind of stayed flatline. We've come out of the pandemic, so I can't say they've suffered, really, with the pandemic, the lockdowns ending, and people having to go back to work, go back to school. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like things have... It's just all stayed flat. Everything's just flat. Everything just feels flat. I mean, the one thing I would say is that we haven't seen, like, a drastic decline or anything. So, I mean, that's a positive. But yeah, it feels like someone needs to grab the defibrillator. Someone needs to grab the defibrillator and, like, wake wrestling up. Because it just doesn't feel like there's really a lot going on at the moment. I suppose you've got the AEW stuff, but you have to be very honest in saying that caters to a relatively small audience at the moment. You know, I mean, it's doing around, half the numbers of Raw. I think Raw is still bobbing around 1.7. I think Dynamite is bobbing around 900,000. So, you know, at the moment, with Dynamite's doing half the numbers of Raw. So until they get to a bigger network, I don't know that we can really use that as a flag to say, well, there's AEW. Yeah, it just kind of feels a bit at the moment. So, I mean, my hope always as we get towards a new year is that we use that new year for a fresh start. And I actually thought that this year was going to be a much better year than it turned out, because I thought, well, they will have had so many ideas and there would have been so many things that got cancelled in 2020. They'll do them in 2021 instead. And in a way, they did, because we was meant to get Queen of the Ring last year and they cancelled it and we ended up getting it this year. I don't know that anything changed, though, in all fairness. I think they just moved it back a year. So I don't know that and I don't think it was all that good, to be honest. But Yeah, I mean, I suppose the thing that surprised me was that there wasn't really like a big summer storyline. There wasn't really anything like massive to get your teeth into. It kind of felt like there's still uncertainty around. I suppose in a way, you don't know when the next lockdown's around the corner, and you've got this variant now, and there's still like venues and states that I think aren't quite open up for business yet. I know that the UFC haven't properly got up and running again. They're still doing a lot of their weekly shows in Las Vegas at the Apex. They're hardly traveling around the world. I mean, they're not traveling around the world. So the UFC, it's not like the UFC is back up and running. So, there's still feels like there's limitations around. Still feels like there's uncertainty around. Still feels like we haven't fully got out of lockdown and pandemic and all that kind of stuff. And I think that is potentially still hurting things. So hopefully next year, I mean, obviously, you want to get back to some kind of normality, and hopefully, that's going to improve the creativity of things. I mean, there's been some decent stuff this year. It might be fun to do like a bit of a stream maybe at the end of the year where we literally just talk about 2021, the year in review, and talk about like our favourite matches, favourite moments, things like that. Like, we could potentially have a look at that. But yeah, I think that's high hopes for next year. And we'll see if we can get going with waking up wrestling, and then maybe there will be bars that specialize in wrestling, and maybe the DVD Blu-ray market will return, and then we can have them back as well. I pick the men's War Games. Oh yeah, I said which one are you most excited for? Chilled and relaxed watching NXT War Games with a glass of rosé wine. Oh, sounds like you've literally fixed life, let me tell you. With that sounds good. That sounds good. I'm sat here with a can of Tenzing. I mean, it's just not the same. It's better. That's better. Alex Bliss Gamer, shout out to you. Jim said, from what I have heard, Omicron is not anything to worry about. Okay, that's good. Jim, shout out to you, bud. Asib said, Days, you say Toxic Attraction don't give us 5-star matches, but they do give us 5-star looks, and I think that's better. Asib, over in Simping Corner. And not alone as well, from what I've seen. Febin said, Days, a question. If today a male wrestler slapped a woman's wrestler If today a male wrestler slapping a woman wrestler is considered offensive and outrageous in WWE, then on what basis is it okay for women to slap men? Where is the equality? Well, I mean, I think the difference is that men are stronger. I think in most people's eyes, it's going to hurt the woman a lot more. If a man was to slap a woman, then, he's obviously got a strength advantage and is kind of abusing that advantage. Whereas if she slaps him, then, I don't know. I mean, I suppose in a way it's old school thinking that it won't hurt him as much. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know that. Well, a man slapping a woman is yeah. I don't think the networks would like it. To be honest, I don't think the networks would like it because I think it domestic abuse and all of that comes into play. But it's a very fair argument to say, well, you can make the counterpoint, and that's something that could absolutely be debated because there are men out there that suffer domestic abuse as well at the hands of women. So you could absolutely make that argument. So I'm not here to debate that, but the only thing I would say is that to play devil's advocate, I would imagine that someone would say, well, a man slapping a woman, he's got a physical advantage over her, whereas a woman slapping a man, she has a physical disadvantage, if you will. She's not as big, she's not as strong, in most cases. But, yeah, I mean, there's domestic abuse on both sides. I met Mikey Whipwreck once, says John. John, shout out to you. Venerus says Kyle O'Reilly is leaving. Is this true? No idea. Haven't heard. So I genuinely don't know. I mean, as far as I know, nothing has been announced. So there could be some talk that's out there, rumors that are out there. There's certainly rumors about Johnny Gargano, and there's rumors about Kyle, but I haven't heard anything concrete. Let's put it that way. Harley said, Days, you should compete against Cesaro in a hair versus hair match. I wouldn't want to compete against Cesaro in anything. So, DJ the Vlog said, can I get a shout? Done. DJ the Vlog 2002. Dork Knight said, I think it's people like you that will help wrestling grow again. Your knowledge helps accelerate the catching up process from the wrestling sabbatical of many years. Dork Knight, shout out to you. To be honest, certainly, it's not me. I think that, in order for wrestling to grow, it needs to move. It needs to do what it did with Bad Bunny, as much as it pains me. You have to go with where the people are. You know, you need to be getting, like, Mr. Beast. You need to be working with Dr. Disrespect. You need to be working with Doja Cat. You need to be where the kids are. You need to be where the mainstream is. You know, we said it before, the Attitude Era worked because WWE positioned itself exactly where the audience was, the mainstream was. It became the mainstream. It became like something that everyone was aware of, like Stone Cold, The Rock. Like, everyone knew these names. You know, if you used to go up to the average person in America now, like, and ask them, can you name a wrestler? They'll probably say Stone Cold. They would probably say Rock. They might say Hulk Hogan. Are they going to say Kevin Owens? Are they going to say Seth Rollins? Might say Becky. Might say Sasha. Are they going to say Bailey? They might say Roman. But, do you know what I mean? It's like, it's not positioned in the mainstream. Which is why I like it when they go on talk shows. And I like it when they're getting out there and they're, you know, going on to game shows. I mean, there's clips of, like, wrestlers going on to, like, Family Feud. And doing stuff like this, you know, and going on to sitcoms and being in movies and... but not just WWE movies, but like mainstream movies. I mean, don't forget, like, Hulk Hogan was in Rocky 3, and like getting out there into like mainstream pictures and everything. So, I mean, it'd be cool if there was wrestlers that were in Marvel films. I mean, I know you've got Batista, but he doesn't wrestle. So, great that Sasha is in Star Wars. You know, is there a way that you can, you know, get more out of that? Great that the wrestlers were on Stephen Colbert, but I must admit, I watched the segment. I thought it was atrocious. I thought it wasn't funny, wasn't entertaining, and I don't think it really did a great deal to kind of make anyone want to watch the wrestlers. I thought it was awful. I thought it was really bad, that segment. Roman was on Fallon, though. I thought that was good. I thought that was very, very good. But I mean, you need to like build up some stars, and it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, you are finding that X factor that is going to really make the whole thing explode, and that's hard. I mean, if you knew exactly what that was, you would do it all the time, wouldn't you? So it's hard to find exactly what it is. I mean, I do feel that Roman is part of it. I think Roman has got that ability to connect with people. I think he's got an incredible look, and obviously he's got that relationship with The Rock. So, do you know what I mean? Like, you've got all of that. And maybe they just need to, like, keep bringing in celebrities and maybe lean on celebrities a bit more. I mean, to all intents and purposes, I think the Bad Bunny thing was fairly successful. I don't think it was brilliant for some of us wrestling fans, but if it brings new eyes to the product, then so be it. We are just moments away from going to the kickoff show. Hogan was not in WWF when he was in Rocky 3. McMahon Sr. fired him. That is correct. I think he was in AWA at the time. But they were able to bring him back in, and the point still remains that seeing like wrestlers in like mainstream pictures, active wrestlers, you know, brings eyes to wrestling. And it's just exactly what I think they need to do. I mean, if like Bray is going to go off and go into a film and like then go to AEW, I mean, that's just brilliant for AEW, isn't it? Imagine if a great horror film comes out that really gets people talking, you know, like a really great horror film that's like up for awards and it's just like being raved about and Bray's got a starring role. Like, that is naturally going to bring people to want to watch him do what he does best in AEW or wherever he ends up going. So, you know, it's little things like that. I'll say little things, but it's things like that that you can do to position yourself more into the mainstream. LSW said, WWE tried to get a bunch of celebrities in 2009 and 2010. It didn't work great. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. I mean, they were bringing in, like, a lot of guest hosts and everything. It was worth a try. It was worth a try. But if that doesn't work, I don't think you just go, well, that didn't work, and you abandon it. Do you know what I mean? Because you can easily turn around and go, well, it worked at WrestleMania 1. Like, WrestleMania 1 wouldn't have been as successful if it didn't have the celebrity aspect. And they've leaned on celebrities all throughout WrestleMania's history, and like, they need to kind of find a way of getting themselves into that mainstream if they want to really, like, go again, you know, explode again. We are seeing a couple of cages. Is that where they're going to be? The wrestlers are going to be, like, locked in the cages in the crowd. That's interesting. That's an interesting development. We're seeing a couple of cages in the crowd. And those cages, unless they're just being stored there and they're going to be moved into the entranceway, which is where I expected them to be, maybe the wrestlers are going to be kept in cages in the crowd, which would actually be an interesting development. I'd be down for that. Days, I'm ready for War Games, but I have college at 9 in the morning, so that's going to be fun. Yeah, I mean, I have had 3 hours sleep since last night, if that helps you at all. I am going through that sort of pain right now. I was meant to have a little sleep after, because we did football earlier on the Football Days channel. We did football earlier, and I meant to have a sleep after that. But I ended up watching the Formula 1 because it was brilliant. And then I couldn't really get to sleep after that, so 28 minutes to go. 28 minutes, and we're seeing Sam Roberts and some woman in pink chatting away about War Games and what we've got coming up tonight. There's no match announced for the pre-show, so hence why I wasn't really thinking of starting like much earlier than this, because we've like had a little chat for half an hour. And I think this is just going to be nothing, to be honest. I think we'll end up just chatting all throughout this as well, so Primo said, Dave, SmackDown's roster is incredibly thin. The only wrestlers not used are Gulak, Mansoor, Mace, Jinder, and Shanky. SmackDown currently has 21 men and 10 women. Thoughts? I don't mind, to be honest. I think it's much better that you use what you've got and not have too many just sat in catering. So if that's all they need to put a show on, then so be it. Do you know what I mean? It's not a problem. I mean, you could always lean on NXT for your surprises. You know, if you do an open challenge and out steps Bron Breakker, I mean, that's going to be exciting for us. So you can lean on NXT for your surprises. You know, that way you're like using everyone. I think part of their business strategy is to, you know, get your money out of, or get your value out of the people that you're giving contracts to, rather than just having them sat in catering. I mean, if it's going to be a problem, if they are too thin, they just call a load of people up. Do you know what I mean? You just call up Tommaso, you call up, I don't know, whoever's down there and has had some experience, Pete Dunne. Do you know what I mean? I mean, you don't even need to go to NXT. You could go to NXT UK. Tyler Bate will do a job for you. Miko Satomura will do a job for you. Who else is there? Bea Priestley. She'll do a job for you. Like, there's people you can easily get from NXT UK. There's people that you can get from NXT. I'm all right with the main roster being kept lean, to be honest. Because those people that we weren't seeing, it's not like they were massive stars. It's not like they were, like, really big names that we were all clamoring for. A lot of them were, like, you know, just not being used. And when they were, like, just pretty low card. So at least this way, if people are being seen on a regular basis, maybe they're hoping that it's just going to make them feel a bit bigger. Maybe they're hoping that, you know, they can kind of get their money out of the people they've kept around. So I don't mind it. I don't hate it. I mean, if we get a load of rematches and the show feels thin, then I'll be right there agreeing that the roster is too thin. But as of now, I'd say it's okay. Feels okay. And if we need more, we can always go and get some. I think honestly, the number of wrestlers they've got on the books is absolutely fine. They've still got, you could argue, too many. Overall, if you look at the whole company, they are pretty stacked with wrestlers. Do you think Bliss will be back soon? I mean, she'll be back before the Rumble, I would imagine. If not, it'll be at the Rumble, so... Febin said, won't a slap be equally as painful for anyone, especially since facial muscles aren't that strong for men? I think you're analysing this too much, Febin. I think you're going a bit too deep here into this one. I mean, I would say that if you asked me, do I want to be slapped by a man or a woman, I'd take the woman, because I'm guessing the man's going to hurt me more, because he's going to have a lot more power behind his slaps. So, I mean... Personally, I would say no. They don't slap the same, but I'm not gonna sit here during an NXT War Games stream going through a scientific breakdown of cheek facial muscles. So I think you may be going a little bit too far there. Farming King said, Days, how are you? I'm feeling sad because tonight is Johnny's last night in WWE. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I'm pretty tired, so we're keeping the energy up as we're 23 minutes away from War Games, and we've gone through the card, and I think it's a pretty good card. To be honest, I'm quite excited for it. So it's not my favorite show. I keep saying that because I don't want to lie to people. It's not my favorite show. It's not a show that I really particularly look forward to. I would say out of all of the takeovers, all of the specials, this is the one that I'm least bothered by. But we went through each match, and I explained as to why I think actually this one has been put together all right. Some of the build has been a bit lackluster. It has been a bit rushed and chucked together. But I do like the old versus the new aspect of the men's. I do like the fact it's built around Toxic Attraction on the women's. You know, I do like the hair versus hair. So, yeah, there's stuff here tonight. LSW said, NXT 2.0 should win. This is the era we are currently in. And you shouldn't go back, and you should progress forwards. That happens by pushing the young stars and having 2.0 win. LSW, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Days... Get punched by Prime Tyson or Prime Ali. I'll take Prime Ali. I don't want to be punched by Prime Tyson. It's a flipping killer, man. I mean, I know being punched by Muhammad Ali ain't going to be fun, but I wouldn't want to be punched by Prime Mike Tyson. Matthew said, we want Regal tonight, saying War Games. I can't wait to see Stone Cold Steve Austin's podcast with ex-WCW and WWE and TNA superstar DDP on the WWE Network soon. Matthew, shout out to you. Do you see Joe Gacy winning tonight, asks Adam. I do, actually, yeah. I do see Joe Gacy winning tonight because I like the idea of that all-inclusive championship, and I really hope that it's not just something he's said. I hope it's something they've got planned, because I actually think that Gacy is quite an interesting character. I'm still trying to fully understand it. He's kind of like because at first I was like, okay, so he's like taking the mick out of woke people. He's taking the mick out of being all-inclusive and let's have a safe space. And, we don't need to fight. We can talk it through. So I kind of like, I was like, okay, I'm into this. But then the bell rang and he had a match. And I was like, how does that work? I thought this was the safe space and they were going to talk it through. Like, why has the bell sounded and he's having a match? So it soon became like, I soon got my head around it that largely it's just talk. Do you know what I mean? Like the things that he's saying, when the bell rings, he'll still have a proper match. But he'll then try and shake your hand after and be like, go back to being that kind of person. But, so in a way, I suppose I'm still like fully understanding it, getting my head around it. But I like the idea of an all-inclusive championship. I mean, I kind of feel like that's something that will push people's buttons. That's the kind of thing that will wind people up. So it's pretty good for a heel. It's very different. It's very, dare I say, creative. So I'm kind of down for seeing. Let's go down. Let's see where that rabbit hole leads. Might be awful, but come on, they've done worse. They've done way worse. We could try it. It could be awful. Doesn't matter. We'll just try something else. But I just think the Cruiserweight division is dead. I think the Cruiserweight division is dead. And if you look at the size of the guys that are around now, do we need a belt that's representing the smaller guys when there's a real lack of smaller guys? So, I'm going to say that Joe Gacy could do it. Nick said, tonight is the end of eras. Cruiserweight Championship, Johnny Gargano, Kyle O'Reilly, the Black and Gold NXT. Robin813 says, poor Andre Chase. Will we get more releases before Christmas? I certainly hope not. Dan says an open weight championship. Yeah, that'd be cool. Days, when a big news page has posted Edge won the Rumble in Facebook, the majority of people were laughing and calling it fake. WWE and their kids show format has destroyed the legitimacy of wrestling. I don't think that's true. I think that even if you was doing, like hardcore wrestling or attitude era wrestling, like, people will still call it fake. If they're trying to pretend that it's real and it's fake, then haters are always going to say, it's fake. It's just rubbish. It's a load of fake. Like, it doesn't matter if it's aimed at kids. It doesn't matter if it's aimed at adults. It doesn't matter if it's fake, then people will tell you, that's fake. That's just fake. Yeah. Why are you watching fake fighting? So I don't think it's got anything to do with WWE and their kids show format. I don't think it's got anything to do with that whatsoever. Because I think it's really weird, actually. I can't quite get my head around why it's still happening, because I think, and I could be completely wrong on this, right? I'm quite happy to admit I could be wrong on this, but I really think that the world really understood that wrestling was fake when the internet came along. Late 90s, Montreal Screwjob, Vince McMahon, and kind of the fallout of Montreal, and more so the arrival of the internet and forums and things like this. All of a sudden this information could spread. Before, it was kind of word of mouth of, that's a load of rubbish, yeah, that's fake. But it was word of mouth. Whereas I think once internet arrived, and then you've started to get like videos of people saying it and old wrestlers admitting it and all this kind of stuff, I think it just blew the whole thing open. So for me, I think it was around that time where the world really, the casual fans in particular, maybe not those that are like inside wrestling, of course. If you were in the business, you knew. And I think if you as a fan, a majority of fans would have known because, as I said, word of mouth. But I think that there was still that real level of uncertainty amongst the casual fans. Do you know what I mean? I think like the casuals out there that never really thought about it weren't part of the word of mouth scene. I don't think it was really out there. I don't think they were aware. So I think it was the internet that blew it all open. It surprises me that that's been around for a while now. Like, we're a good 20, 30 years, whatever, past that point. Say 25 years. And it's just, I don't really get it now. It kind of feels like, yeah, wrestling did try to pretend that it was real. It did. It did try to pretend it was real. It did try to keep kayfabe, and there's many examples of how wrestling tried to do that. So it was trying to pull the wool over your eyes. But that has long since ended. Long since ended. And to the point where even WWE are putting up documentaries showing you behind the scenes. Do you know what I mean? Like exposing their own business. Like, look at Undertaker and the stuff we're seeing behind the scenes with like his documentaries and all this kind of stuff. It's, there's loads of stuff that we get shown. So I mean, that was long since ended. So I just don't get it. I don't really get why people are still coming up going, you know, it's all fake, yeah. Don't like, you would have. I would have expected that around the early 2000s. But I wouldn't really have expected it now, because wrestling isn't trying so much to really make you believe that it's real. I suppose on the shows it is. But what are they meant to do? Just come out and go, you know, all this is fake? And what are they meant to do? So, I don't know. It's just haters being haters. That's all it is. It's just haters being haters. So that's why I don't think it matters if it's aimed at kids, aimed at adults, whatever. It's haters being haters. When did you realise wrestling was fake? That is a brilliant question. I was watching it with my cousin, and my cousin said to me, you know, they're all robots, right? And then straight away I was like, no, you're an idiot, right? My cousin always liked to try and wind me up. And he was like, you know those wrestlers? He's like, do you know they're all robots? We were young, right? And I was like, whatever, shut up. So I knew he was lying. But then, I think, I don't know if it was later that day or the next week, he went, you know that all those wrestlers, you know they're not really fighting? I was like, oh, shut up. Like, straight away, it's like, he just told me they were flipping robots. They ain't believing you. They're telling me it's not real. But, I mean, it must have planted a seed, because then I started to, like, look at it a little bit more. And there's then, like, just a couple of moments where you go, yeah, he didn't hit him with that chair. And, like, I mean, I'm young at this point. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't put an age on it. I mean, I'd probably be saying, I don't know. I couldn't put an age on it. I mean, school age. I mean, I don't know, around about 11, 12, something like that. But I mean, I'd been into it for a good few years by that point. I'd been into wrestling for a few years and totally believed it was real. No doubt in my mind. It was real. This was really happening. Couldn't believe it. Loved it. Couldn't believe that these things were happening, and it completely had me fooled. I think if it doesn't cross your mind, then you don't ever look at it and think about it, do you? And you don't look for it. But then, like, he said that to me, and it did plant the seed. That planted the seed. And then it was from there where I must have had conversations with friends, and then friends are like, yeah, my dad told me as well, the same thing. And this is what I'm saying about it being word of mouth. There's nothing that ever happens that, like, really confirms it. There's nothing that there's nothing that ever happens that I never saw a video of a wrestler admitting it or anything like this, but it's like my cousin told me, and then I noticed a few things, and then my friends are telling me that my dad said the same, or all of this, and then after a while, you're just like, yeah, it's fake. And it's just, do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's scripted or whatever. And then it's like, I mean, I must admit, then you want answers. I wanted answers. Then I was like, what? Then I got even more intrigued. I was like, what is this? What is this? Like, who knows? Who doesn't know? And, like, you can't quite get your head around it. I mean, and you got to remember, this was all before the internet. This is all before the internet. So it was a very strange time, like, kind of trying to work out what was happening and not really understanding. I mean, this is over a period of a long time, like months and months and months, years even, where you're getting little bits of information. and you're watching things and you're like trying to analyze for yourself, and yeah. By the time, like, obviously, you know, once you're getting a bit older and you're getting a bit more maybe wise to the world, then, you know, you're pretty confident in it, of course. And then when, you know, it all comes out and whatever, you're like, yeah, I knew that years ago, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I mean, it's a weird one. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's hard to know who knew, who didn't know, like, all this kind of stuff. But, yeah, we could have loads of conversations on that, because it was exposed years ago. Like, the newspapers were exposing it back in, like, the 50s, I think it was, in New York. They did a big article in New York about how wrestling was fake in the 1950s, put it in the newspaper. And a lot of people wouldn't go to the wrestling as a result. And so they had to then, I've told this story before, that's why Bruno Sammartino was chosen as a champion, because it was from Italy. So it meant they could bring the Italian fans in, and they could bring all the Italian fans in, because the story about wrestling being fake was not printed in the Italian press. It was printed in the Italian newspapers. It was printed in the English newspapers. So the English fans, the English-speaking fans, the Americans, wouldn't go because it was fake. What's the point? It's a load of rubbish. They're lying to us, blah, 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 blah. The Italian fans, who don't read English papers, still believed it was real. So they put the title on Bruno because they knew they could get the Italian fans to go. And that's the reason why the early champions in WWE are largely from different kind of nationalities. You know, you've got Bruno, who's Italian. You've got Pedro Morales, who, obviously that's like Mexico. I don't actually know where Pedro came from. Maybe Puerto Rico, that kind of thing. But again, it's not like Hogan. It's not a big American champion. You're going from Bruno to Ivan Koloff, the Russian Bear, into Pedro Morales. You know, it's not until you're getting towards like the end of the 70s, when the newspaper story about wrestling being fake had long gone, that you're starting to see then a champion like superstar Billy Graham. So yeah, well, man, we are going proper in-depth wrestling here. So, Joaquin, shout out to you. It was before UFC. Yeah, I mean, UFC changed a lot of stuff as well. I mean, the thing with UFC is that show, I think everyone's knowledge of fighting drastically changed with the UFC, because really people were just watching boxing. I mean, you might see a bit of judo or something during the Olympics, but how many casual people were watching any kind of fighting? I mean, it's just, who was tuning into the Karate World Championships? I mean, you just wouldn't be. Jiu-Jitsu just wasn't a thing. I mean, like, it was kind of the Gracies were trying to introduce Jiu-Jitsu to the world. They were trying to show that it was the superior martial art, and they were trying to show how great Jiu-Jitsu was, which was the whole point of the first UFC. The first UFC is basically just an advert for Jiu-Jitsu and Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, because they put it on to try and show this is the best martial art. That's why the first Ultimate Fighting Championship is a sumo guy against a kickboxer, a jiu-jitsu guy against a boxer, and they did it so they could show the jiu-jitsu guy would win this tournament because it is the superior martial art. So people just weren't watching fighting like that. But once you start seeing that and then comparing it to what you see in pro wrestling, you go, yeah, it's another layer on top, isn't it, on the, well, this is fake conversation. And then, of course, you know, there's radio shows, there's newsletters, there's lots and lots of different ways this information is getting out there. I mean, Meltzer was printing about wrestling being fake and stuff going on behind the scenes all throughout the 90s. But how many people were subscribed to the Observer newsletter? How many people were getting that? Not many, and certainly not casuals. So, again, you know, the business did a lot to kind of protect itself. Like, the heels used to go on one bus and the faces would go on another bus. They would never mix because they didn't want you to see the heels and the faces together. In fact, famously, the Iron Sheik and Hacksaw Jim Duggan got into trouble because they were feuding, I think in the 80s, and they got pulled over by the police because they were driving in the same car. And that had a massive, I think there was suspensions and like big fines and everything because they'd been spotted together. Like, there's loads of examples of that. I think one of the promoters, I think it was Cowboy Bill Watts, actually fired wrestlers if they lost bar fights. If you got into a bar fight and you lost, then you brought shame on wrestling. Like, no one's going to want to pay to see a loser that can't even win a bar fight. So if you got into a bar fight and you lost, I mean, I can't say it happened every single time, but there were wrestlers that 100% lost their jobs because they lost a bar fight. I mean, it does make sense, doesn't it, when you think about it? We got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go till we're getting to War Games. Andrus says, do you think any of the released superstars would make an appearance in the Women's Rumble? I don't know. I mean, it'd be a bit weird, wouldn't it, to call them up and say, do you want to come into the Women's Rumble? I mean, yes, if they're bringing them back. If they bring back Sarah Logan for a run, you know, and they debut in the Rumble, then sure. But if they reached out and said, do you want to be in the Royal Rumble? I mean, I don't know. Would Sarah Logan turn that down? It's still a fun thing to do, isn't it? So you might as well do it, but I don't know. Is it a bit soon? Is it a bit of a slap in the face? You only released them last year, and now all of a sudden you want them to come back and do the Rumble? Because you need a surprise. Don't know. I don't even know if they would agree to it. I don't know if like someone like Sarah Logan, Ember Moon would agree to it. Miss Clown, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Who's starting the show? I haven't heard, to be honest. Haven't heard who's starting the show. Probably going to start with the War Games. I would imagine it'll start with the Women's War Games, to be honest. Maybe start with the War Games and end with the War Games so that you've got that kind of space between the two matches. Don't you think all the stuff like dripsticks and other BS makes it seem less legit and more staged funny comedy for the casuals? I don't think they care about that now. That was my whole point. Like, I don't think they're worried about making it seem legit anymore because the cat is out the bag. So they focus on doing like funny stuff and aiming it at kids, because if you want real, there's a good chance you're going to end up watching UFC or, you know, one of the many real kind of combat sports that there are out there. I mean, there's like Submission Underground and like loads of grappling things that you can watch. I do still think there is a hunger for real, well, not real, but credible pro wrestling, which you can make an argument that AEW is doing a little bit more to try and bring to people. But honestly, I can't speak for Vince, but I think Vince's feeling is that audience, which is probably a lot of us here, and obviously there's many more as well, but that audience is now very, very limited. The market that wants that real, I keep saying real, I don't mean real, but more realistic, credible wrestling, the kind of 5-star matches, the what we had back in the territories, you know, that kind of stuff is limited. Even AEW does a lot of silliness. Even AEW does a lot of stuff that's sports entertainment. You know, they've moved away from the sports based thing, haven't they? So, Rachel, shout out to you, Rachel. What are your predictions tonight? I think I just went through them, to be honest. But I can go through them again. My predictions are they'll have Toxic Attraction win, because I'm thinking they're still going to look to build them up. They'll have, we've got Cameron Grimes against Duke Hudson, so I'm a little bit torn on that one. I think Grimes could do with a little bit of a overhaul, a bit of a makeover. So they might go a little bit further for Cameron Grimes and kind of, do a bit more work there. Or they might have Duke Hudson could win. Or they might have Duke Hudson lose, and this could be the blow-off. This could be the final part of it. So I'm gonna say that Cameron Grimes wins. I'll say Cameron Grimes wins. I don't really know where you would go after this, so I'll say Cameron Grimes wins. But you probably could do with a little bit of a snip. Next, we've got Imperium against Kyle O'Reilly and Von Wagner. I think Imperium retain. I don't think Kyle O'Reilly is going to stick around too long, so you might as well just keep it on Imperium. We are going to get War Games. The cages drop in. We've got Roderick Strong taking on Joe Gacy. That is the NXT Cruiserweight Championship. I think that Gacy, I'm hoping, wins that, and then it becomes the all-inclusive championship. And then we've got Team Black and Gold versus Team 2.0. And I think that we will get Team 2.0. I agree with what Wrestle with Andy said earlier. I think that why would you go with the old school? Was it? No, LSW. Why would you go with the old school when you can go with the new school? So there we go. War Games. Grimes has got to go to the main, says Jeremy. Hang on. What? Boring question, but profit-wise, what percentage of WWE profits are based on merchandise? Is that a big cash cow? I don't think it's a huge cash cow, no. I don't think... I think they make a nice amount from it, but I don't know if any one person is contributing anything that you would deem is all that significant. I mean, to the point where they parted ways with Bray, and Vince was seemingly quite happy to do that, and we know that Bray was one of their top merch sellers, so that sort of suggests that it's not something that's really, compared to the money they're getting from Peacock, or the money they're getting from USA Network, or the money they get from Fox, or the money they get from like BT Sports, or the other TV deals that they've got around the world, or the money that they get from Mattel. I would imagine that merch is pretty low down. I'd imagine that merch is, do you know what I mean? Not. I should imagine it looks like a nice number, but I've never heard what that number would be. We know that when Bad Bunny came in, Bad Bunny became their top seller. I mean, I don't know how surprising that is, because he is the most streamed artist in the world. So he's clearly got a big fan base. But I suppose in a way it's just a bit of a surprise that they were able to shift wrestling T-shirts of him. So I don't know. I don't know what that says, that Bad Bunny came in and he was outselling all of the wrestlers when it came to merch sales. It is difficult to get a read of like how much they actually generate from that, but I think it's a nice number. I think it certainly helps things, but pales into insignificance compared to what they get from Peacock, Fox, and all of that. Right, we've got the War Games match ready to go. Days, did you hear that reportedly the old NXT stars are saying that NXT isn't really fun to work for anymore? I wonder what that means. Thoughts? I've not heard it, so I can't comment. It'll be interesting to see what gets said there. I mean, if they're saying that this new 2.0 is not as fun, then maybe it's because Vince is a bit more involved. I mean, the thing is that the where they're recording used to be the Performance Center, and so I think what they've got now is just like a horrible little warehouse that's got 3 rings in a row. I did see a picture of where they train now, and it looks rubbish. Like, this used to be like nicely spaced out, and it was built purpose-built, but it was purposely laid out like as a training facility. Now they've completely took that, and now they record NXT there every week. And I think what they do is they rent another warehouse, which I don't think they've decked out like anywhere near what this was. And I think there's just like 3 rings in there, and I'd imagine the facilities are not as good. And you know, a lot of NXT people, I should imagine, get their training at this other place now. So I don't know. Perhaps it's a mixture of like this not being as good and them not having like. Think about it when they were at Full Sail. That was cool. They were at Full Sail and putting on shows in front of a red-hot crowd. They then got to go to the Performance Center where there's a promo room and there's several rings and there's space. And I should imagine the changing rooms were nice. All of a sudden now, you're here. You're not in front of a crowd that's as big. You've got Vince, who's maybe a bit more involved. You're training in like a smaller facility. Maybe it's something to do with that. Women's War Games. War Games. Life off Daz. Shout out to you. Hey, bro. We had an interesting following on Twitter. I never said anything to him, but have a great night. Officially, Parker Bordeaux followed me. That's cool. I think he's going on a following spree. So, yeah, that's cool. Life off Daz, shout out to you. Right, we've got the women coming down. Austin, shout out to you. Heather, hello, hello, hello. Do you think this is Johnny's last night in WWE? I don't know what to think. I think it's Johnny's last night in NXT. I don't think Johnny's sticking around in NXT. I think the decision now is, does he leave or go the main roster? That would be my guess. And I don't know what he's picking. I don't know what he's going to do. I think what he's going to do next is go away and be a dad for a little bit. So, yeah, what's his plans, basically? Kaylee Ray. Kaylee Ray making her way into the ring. I think the others have gone into the cage. We didn't see them going into the cage, but Kaylee Ray has jumped into the ring. Okay, so we should be getting the Toxic Attraction now with Dakota Kai. We might as well wrap up this poll, mightn't we? Don't really need it anymore. We'll end the poll. Here are Toxic Attraction. All 3 come walking out together. Gargano will debut on the main roster during the Royal Rumble is my guess, says James Chadwick. That would be quite good timing, wouldn't it? That'd be quite good timing. I won't say this will happen, but if WWE had a buyer between Disney or NBC with Vince aiming at families and kids, would he not lean to Disney? But then again, they get a lot of ties on NBC. Vince, in my guess, would lean to whoever gives him the biggest bag of money. That's what I think Vince would do. I think he would want the future of the company to be secured. I think, you know, if you spent your whole life and his dad, you know, was helped set this up, of course, with Toots Mondt. I mean, it's been in his family, the McMahon family, and so I don't think you just easily throw this away. I don't think, you know, you easily just give this away. So, yeah, he would want it to go to the right place. He would want to know that the future was secure, I'm sure. I don't think he would just be like, right, I'm done with this. Let's move on. Let's get the money and go. But the money would be a factor. I mean, I think Dave Meltzer was saying that UFC was sold for $4 billion. a few years back. And Vince, as a starting point, would be looking for around that number. Just from a pride point of view, he wouldn't want to be falling too short of UFC. So he'd probably be looking for about $4 billion. So first of all, who's gonna get him close to that number? Who's gonna get him close to that ballpark? What's Disney offering? What's NBC offering? Until you know that, don't know. You don't. I mean, like, it's hard to know if he's even selling. Everyone's getting excited about there being a potential sale, but the only evidence that anyone has got, well, first of all, is no evidence, but is the fact that there's lots of obviously wrestlers that have been released, and that's just generated a lot of speculation. That's all it is right now, is speculation. Right, we are starting with Dakota Kai, who's frizzed her hair up. And she's got a kendo stick. She's heading towards Kaylee Ray, who's got a baseball bat. Kaylee Ray trying to use that baseball bat. Nice kick coming in by Kaylee Ray, and a big strike by Dakota Kai. She grabs Kaylee Ray, hurls her over to the side of the cage. Back elbow by Kaylee Ray. Dakota. Big back elbow. Yeah, they are in the crowd cages. Cool, innit? I like that. Against the ropes goes Kaylee Ray. Drop kick, and Dakota Kai goes down. Big chop by Kaylee Ray. Dakota Kai goes back into the corner. Another big chop there by Kaylee Ray again. Kaylee Ray on her feet, running over. DDT by Kaylee Ray. I can only imagine Disney or Amazon purchasing them. Possibly Elon Musk. It's a bit hard to imagine a wrestling world without Vince. It's like Star Wars with no George Lucas, says Dork Knight. Got a countdown right now. Into the cage goes Kaylee Ray. So 3 minutes. Austin said, I've got the faces winning here, but I'm not confident on it. They're the only face I have winning War Games. We've got Kaylee Ray grabbing the kendo stick. She's putting it in between the ropes. Looks like she's going to grab some of the others that she's got from underneath the ring. She's going to make a kendo stick bed. So we've got a couple of kendo sticks. And she hits Kaylee Ray with one, and then she pops that on. I mean, if she's going to make a full bed during War Games, this will be my favourite match ever. If she's going to actually lay out, like, kendo sticks in between the ring ropes, then she's going to go under the ring and get a mattress, pop that on top. Then she's going to get, like, a duvet and some pillows, and if she can make her way down and then pop a little headboard at the end, and then at the end of the match fall asleep in bed, greatest match ever. I'll be quite happy to tell you this is better than Shawn and Undertaker. She gets knocked back. We've got 1 minute 47. So far, she's managed to put 2 kendo sticks across the ropes, so the bed is not coming on that far at the moment. Into the corner goes Kaylee Ray. Toxic Attraction is my prediction, says Harry. Jacob said, this is my first time watching NXT since the rebrand, mostly to see the Gargano era in NXT end tonight. I don't know if he'll leave or go to the main roster after tonight, but I do see this being his last match. Yeah, I agree, dude. I agree. And, you know, I mean, whatever happens, there's going to be some real emotion to it. We haven't really spoke about Johnny, but his contract is coming up. He's signed an extension. The way that Ciampa and Johnny are talking and the tweets that are being put out and everything, absolutely everything is pointing that he is going. We don't know where he's going to, though. Again, does he go to the main roster? Does he go to a different company? Does he leave wrestling altogether? We don't know, is the answer. We don't know. My gut feeling is that I think I agree with James Chadwick in that we could see him go to the Royal Rumble and go up to the main roster. But then I thought that there was a great chance that Adam Cole would go to the main roster as well, because I knew he was having a meeting with Vince, and I thought Vince will convince him. Do you know what I mean? Vince will throw some money at him. He'll tell him, look, I'll use you at WrestleMania. It's a hard thing to turn down, going to WrestleMania. Obviously, I don't know what was in those conversations. I don't know if Adam Cole has ever revealed what was in the conversations. But, yeah, I thought, you know, Vince is a very persuasive man, but he wasn't able to do it. Cora Jade has come out. She's getting into the ring with the skateboards. Hitting Dakota Kai with it. Dakota Kai just got slammed into those kendo sticks. Catches the leg. Enziguri. Step up Enziguri by Cora Jade. Cora Jade round the back of Dakota Kai, running over. Big knee strike there by Cora Jade. Dakota Kai down in the corner. So the face team have got 2 minutes 30 of an advantage here. Life of Daz said, just like DAZN thought that was getting BT Sports, Disney want it. They could rebrand it to ESPN UK again. Just like DAZN thought they were getting BT Sport, Disney want it. Disney want BT Sport. That's interesting. Nice snap there by Kaylee Ray. So Dakota Kai is outnumbered here, 2-1. The Rock is in Fortnite, said yes here. That is true. Vince thinks that by him showing up on his shows, that is enough to move the dial and bring in ratings. What I will say about those segments, they did turn out to be awful. But it did make them more intriguing. I mean, he isn't wrong in thinking that they felt bigger. As soon as you see Vince, you do think to yourself, or I do, here we go. Like, what's this? You don't see him that often. And he is so important that when you actually see him, you go, okay, this is going to be big. What's this build into? And you actually get a bit, well, I do. I get a bit like, okay, what's this? An egg. Okay, there's an egg. What's going on? And then ultimately, you know, it was what it was. But I think that was nothing more really than just to promote Red Notice. Days, do you remember Kizani from WWE? He goes by Sint Bodin now. He followed me on Twitter yesterday. God, everyone's getting followed on Twitter. Everyone's getting followed on Twitter, and I'm out here getting blocked. I got blocked by Wyndham today because Wyndham got hacked. And the hackers blocked me. True story. Some of the things that people were sending, I've been sent like a few of the DMs that people sent to that hacked Wyndham account. It's very funny. If you did send a message to that hacked Wyndham account, and said like how much is the PS5, because if you don't know, Wyndham, the Wyndham account sent a tweet out saying, I've been given an extra PS5. I've been given an extra PS5 and I'm looking to sell this one. I only want the retail price for it. DM me if you're interested. And this came from the Wyndham account. And people were like, how much do you want for it? And the hacker was saying like $500 and some dollars, and there was people like, how about if I give you $2.49? And like they were like proper messing them around. Some funny stuff. Right, we've got Gigi in there. Gigi Dolin. So we're back to 2-2. Is it me, or do the announcers not sound right? My sound on this computer is pretty rubbish, so I'm not really someone to comment on the sound of the show. I can hear the crowd well, though. Let's go GG chant. I think it's let's go GG, let's go Jade. Kyle O'Reilly, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Johnny Gargano, Kyle O'Reilly will leave soon and join AEW, said Shredder Blades. Chronic Feck said, do you want to hear a joke about paper? Never mind, it's terrible. That's good. I like that. That's good. Right, we were counting down again. We're getting our next person coming in. War Games. I'm a hardcore fan, but this program is so bad, and I mean NXT, not the podcast, says Derek. Thank you for clarifying that, Derek. I was literally on the verge of crying. This is the bit that I don't like about War Games for me. I've said before, we have to sit here for I don't know how long, wait for the wrestlers to get into the ring slowly, and then the match doesn't even start until everyone is in. So everything we're seeing now is pointless. Because I'm fairly sure, and we'll see if they do it. We'll see if they do it. But at some point, I'm expecting there to be a row of faces, a row of heels. Everyone's in there. They're staring face to face, and then they come to blow. And, like, literally, you might as well just start the match at that point. That's the point you might as well start the match. Like, all of this gubbins, like, we don't really need. Like, I don't need to see a woman sat in a bin. Life of Daz says, maybe he can join AEW as the hacker? Lol. I was saying, I hope it's him. I hope it's him. I hope he has now turned to selling PS5s on Twitter. I think that would be quite the career move. I like the idea it's him pretending to be a hacker. Guys, I've been hacked. Yowie wowie, I've been hacked. Does anyone want a PS5? Right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think there's another face coming in now. Io Shirai, the genius of the sky. I bet it's pretty cool being in the crowd, in all fairness. I bet it's pretty cool sitting in the crowd and, like, the wrestlers come running, like, down in between the stands and everything. Io has grabbed a load of chairs. I think she's going to set up the chairs and get them to all talk it through. No. Turns out not. No. Kaylee Ray's actually used it to smack someone in the stomach. Couple of trash cans coming in. Legend Killer, shout out to you. What do you think in the bag? Glass, tits, or a woman's body? I don't think it'll be a woman's body. In a bag, it's probably thumbtacks in it. It's kind of the unwritten rule in wrestling. It has to be thumbtacks, or on a very, 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 very rare occasion, it's allowed to be Lego pieces. Io gets thrown into the side of the cage. War Games. Life of Daz said his new move, the PS5. Oh, yes. Yes, the PS5. Wyndham with the reasonably priced offer. That's his new finisher. The reasonably priced offer. Yes, hit him with the PS5. The hack attack. I mean, we're having fun with it, but I should imagine Wyndham doesn't find it funny. I find it funny. You got to laugh, didn't you? Kaylee Ray with a trash can. Bring all the weapons, chairs, tables, chains, trash cans, whatever the hell you want. Weapons are us. That's what this is. I'd have a dog in there, I would. Bring a dog. Have a dog just running around going mental, biting people. A cow. I'd have a cow in there. Just a cow just standing in one of the rings. What have you brought that for? You said bring some. I didn't mean a cow. Forearm strike by Gigi. Reasonably priced Wyndham is all elite. Any winter storms? We do have snow coming this week. Yeah, we do have snows coming. Strikes coming in by Gigi. Kicks coming in by Gigi. Sean Rossat put an article saying they spoke to members and they expect Kyle and Johnny to leave with the impression they are under. Well, I don't know what they know, so I can't really say. The only thing I can say is that we're all expecting them to leave NXT. I don't know if what they've been told means they're now expecting them to leave WWE. I'd expect Kyle to leave WWE. We want tables chants as JC Jane grabs the table and screams. Table, said Jake. When NWA used to do the Stampede events, didn't they have a cow at least one year? I don't know. I didn't ever watch like the NWA stuff. I was always. I don't even know if you could get NWA stuff in the UK. Straight up, I don't recall ever seeing any NWA stuff. Like Ric Flair and Harley Race and the Funks and all of that. I didn't learn about any of that until much, much later on. I always saw WWE stuff in shops, of course. But when I went to car boot sales, it was always WWE videotapes. I definitely remember seeing some WCW stuff, of course, as well. Like videotapes and figures in shops. But I honestly do not remember ever seeing NWA. Ever. Nothing. Zip. But then, I mean, they were really behind the times. I mean, like, what merch would you get? What toys could you get of the NWA? I mean, but I suppose by that point, it had become WCW. But I don't remember any old tapes. I don't remember any old Starcades or anything from the NWA. EO running over, double knees. It did state both to leave WWE. I just didn't put that in the message. Okay, well, we'll see what they've learned. Days doesn't want Gargano leaving WWE. No, I don't. I think he's good. I like him. I don't want him to go. If I could choose for him to stay, I would choose for him to stay. I'm not saying that for that reason, though. My point is that he is definitely saying goodbye to NXT, but there's nothing that I've seen, apart from what I'm being told literally live on stream, there's nothing I've seen that says that he's going to AEW. He could absolutely be going to the main roster. So that's my point, is that we don't know where he's going. I don't know where he's going. He could be. This could be good. I think this is absolutely goodbye to NXT tonight. But is it goodbye NXT, hello main roster? Or is it goodbye NXT, hello AEW? Or is it goodbye NXT, goodbye wrestling? Don't know. Right, we've got JC Jane lying on a table and Cora Jade going up top. Jade on top of the cage. And she goes crashing through JC Jane, who was on a table. Mandy Rose. We've got Mandy Rose and we've got Raquel Gonzalez inside the cages. I tell you what, there's a lovely energy from the crowd. There's a lovely energy from the crowd. I don't know why. They seem to be like more into it, like really into it. Like it's got a bit more of that kind of old school NXT feel about it. Cora Jade holding onto her shoulder. If she's selling that shoulder injury, it's a good sell. If she's selling the shoulder injury, it's a good sell. Because she's like sitting there going, and Io's like right next to her having a word. The camera's not on it. So if she's playing possum with that, she's doing a really good job. Cora Jade down. I mean, I've got zero sympathy. I've got zero. I'm actually in negative sympathy because she's jumped off the top of that cage. And if she has, like, legit injured herself, then all I can hope is that we don't do stupid spots like that anymore. But I still can't quite tell if she's selling or not. As I said, if this is a sell, it's a good sell. Camera focused on it a little bit more. Yeah, I think it is a sell. Looks, they're making like a spot out of it. And they're making out that she's done a shoulder and Io is like pulling on the arm. If that was not a real... if that was real, I don't think they would have shown that. Right, we've got 11 seconds. Credit to Cora Jade. That was a good sell. That was a good sell. Right, here comes Raquel Gonzalez making her way down. You can get her in for real in hardcore matches, says Davids. Aaron said, how you doing? I'm doing all right, bud. I hope you're well. Hope you're well. Ready for War Games. We're underway. We're about, you know what? We're half an hour into War Games, you know. And the match still hasn't started. The match still hasn't begun. Sup, says Rick. Shout out to you, dudes. The 1 minute wrestler with Jesse Jackhammer said Days Austin 316 subscribed to my YouTube channel. It's over, guys. It's over. Austin is leaving the community and he is going over to the 1 minute wrestler Jesse Jackhammer's community now. He's subscribed over there. It's over. This is the end of Johnny Gargano in NXT. It's the end of Kyle O'Reilly in NXT. And it is the end of Austin 316 in this community. That is big, big news. That is big news. That is going to spark major celebrations all throughout the community. The chat are going to go wild for that. So, Jesse, thank you for making my Christmas. Really, really appreciate that update. Right, we've got Dakota in a bin being spun around by Raquel Gonzalez. What a hell of a match, says Michael. Harley said good is cringe. Sunny, hello. Io going up top. Is she going to do her, what's he called? The Grouch thing out of Sesame Street. He lives in a bin, doesn't he? She popped herself in a bin before. Was it last year she popped herself in a bin? Right, this year, EO, pop yourself in a bin again, love. Yeah? Do you remember last year? Pop yourself in a bin. Ah, here we go. Multi-woman spot. The audio seems lower than usual tonight. What, on this or on that? Kicked by EO. It's where Dakota Kai belongs, says Harith. Nice bit of bin diving. EO with a moonsault onto the bin. It's alright. EO does a moonsault onto a bin. Raquel Gonzalez going over and checking on Cora Jade. Cora Jade still selling the injury. I was Christmas shopping and I ran into a guy on the street. I noticed his watch and said that it runs slow. He said, so does the guy I stole it from. Sean Rossap said EO went over to relocate Cora's shoulder. Yeah, we saw it. We saw her do it. But I don't know that if it's real or not. And I think it's work. Because I'm pretty sure if she was going to have to put her arm back in, I don't think they would have shown it you. I don't think they would have shown you that. So I think that it's all a work. Mandy with a chair, smashing Raquel across the back. I think it would be fun to go to an NXT show, says Austin. Do you think Roman versus Brock will be a no contest and then redo it at WrestleMania? Hopefully they will, because I'm going, says Aaron. I honestly don't know. I think we will. It's very likely we do get them to at WrestleMania. Drew is around as well. So, yeah, if Drew, it could be Roman and Drew. Roman and Drew or Roman and Brock is what I'm thinking. Right, is it started now? Mandy's in there. Look, this is the moment I spoke about. This was what I said earlier. Here it is. This is where the match could start. Oh, my God. Oh. Everything we've watched has been a sham. Hit row, hit row, hit row, hit row, hit row. Ah, flipping hate War Games. Stupid flipping War Games. You know that 37 minutes? It's a waste of time. Just a thought. Okay. Just a thought. With Beth leaving, will Samoa Joe be back on the microphone behind the desk? Will Samoa Joe be back behind the microphone on the desk? I think they need a woman behind there. I thought Beth was brilliant. And I think they do need to get a woman on the commentary. So, unless he's going to be like Simone Joe, then I think they should replace with a woman. Paige. They need to get Paige. Thank you. Right, here we go. Now we can watch this match. Now the match is underway. Here we go. War Games. Right, we've got Kendo to the stomach, and Raquel Gonzalez goes down. Kendo stick across the back by Mandy Rose. So, Raquel Gonzalez is being outnumbered by Toxic Attraction. Head scissors into a chair that's set up in the corner. Drop kick by Jacy Jane. Cora Jade, one-armed Jade. The one-armed bandit is in with the kendo stick. Cora Jade being told to get back by Gigi. Here come the girls. This is awesome, chant. This is awesome. A 20-year-old woman being surrounded by 4 heels. This is awesome. What were they chanting this is awesome for? There was Cora Jade on her own with 4 heels coming around, and the crowd were like, this is awesome. What's awesome? What? This 20-year-old girl's about to get beaten up. Jade survives. Mandy Rose is shocked. Cora Jade is shocked as well. War Games. Working on the arm, and Io comes over. Kendo stick by Io. Chair to the midsection, chair across the back. Jade throws the chair down to one side. Big boot by Gigi. Raquel slams Jacy Jane down. Just kicked each other and they both went down. Raquel kicks Gigi. Gigi kicks Raquel. Everyone's down right now. Cora Jade tries to pin Jacy. 2. And that's it. Cora Jade goes over and... Okay. Cora with the pin. Cora with the pin. With the pin. Cora with the pin. Na 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 na. Faces win. There we go. Get in your scores. Out of 5. What did you think? What did you think about the match? What are your thoughts? I'm gonna have a banana. War Games. I thought, I'll give you my positives. I thought the crowd were excellent. I thought only a couple of times did it really get, like, silly. No, I've seen, like, way worse spots. Way worse spots than what we got in there. Or way sillier spots. So, I thought there was only a few times where it, like, got, like, silly. They used, like, weapons, kind of beat each other down. I like the selling of Cora Jade. I thought she did well with the selling. When she jumped off the top and, like, injured her arm. Like, she was down and, like, the way she was talking to Io in the background, it looked like she'd, like, proper done an injury. So I thought, like, that was good. So, some stuff in there. Joseph said 4.5. Trey said 3.75. David said 3.5. Legend Killer says 3.5. Adrian says 3.75. Robin said 4. Austin says 3.5. Harley says 3.5. Brony said, I'm excited for the men's War Games. War Games. Right, we've got very upset heels in the ring right now. Rye said 2.25. 2.1 says Daniel. 3 says Sunny. I missed the majority of it, but what I saw, I say 275. What was in the bag? Maybe you'll find out later. Herb said, I thought that Cora was genuinely hurt. I'll admit, I didn't know. Until I saw EO putting it back in, at that point I knew then that it was a work. Because at that point I was like, they wouldn't show that. If she's proper dislocated a shoulder and she's putting it back in, like, they're not going to show that. So at that point I was like, okay, it's a work. And so then I was like, actually, the selling she did before that was really good then. Because up until that point, I genuinely didn't know. Oh, is this Tiffany girl? Tiffany. Who looks at the price tag of anything anyway? My dad says I can be anything I want. Isn't she going to be like... Isn't she going to be like the same as Mandy Rose, this woman? Alright, we got Briggs and Jensen. Trying to watch NXT, but I feel like I need to lose some brain cells before I can find enjoyment. Derek? Yeah. It's, yeah. Days, I feel like the UFC fight last night. I liked the UFC fight last night. It was good, wasn't it? It's good. Alex said, I love the ending. To me, it seems that Cora is a bit little shy and not normal. Having the others surround her minute and might give her confidence. Maybe that's why she was iffy to get the pin, says Alex. Life of Daz, shout out to you. What was my score? I gave it 2.5. 2.5. It wasn't a disaster in regards to it was offensive or there was I couldn't find anything in it. As I said, there was positives in there that I found. I like the Cora Jade selling. Part of my problem with the match is always going to be the thing that always annoys me, and it'll annoy me later. We sit and we watch a whole load of nothing, and then the match starts. I mean, the only thing I will say about that is once the match started, it actually didn't go very long because a lot of the beatdown stuff had maybe gone on before, but it doesn't change the fact that we still end up with a team of faces, a team of heels, and it does make me think, well, what was the whole point of the half an hour we've just sat through? Because there's the team of faces, there's the team of heels. I think the only person that didn't actually make that lineup, if you will, was Cora Jade because of her shoulder. She ended up getting the win anyway. So it's not like she was completely out of it at that stage. So yeah, I mean, I always have an issue with the match itself in a way. I hate the high spots. I mean, I suppose in a way, the big high spot we got, Cora Jade jumping off the top, I don't get that, right? Why would you run the risk of injuring yourself doing that? Why? I mean, just think it through. Why would you do that? You're inside the cage. You've got all of these weapons. Why do you need to risk yourself to climb up the cage to try and put someone away? When you could, I mean, she is out on that table. She is out cold on the table. Why go up the cage and jump off the cage to put her away? You've got weapons absolutely everywhere. Just absolutely wail her with a kendo stick. Just absolutely go to town with her on a kendo stick. Get a chair, just smash her with a chair. I mean, you could just keep, pounding away on her. Just keep smashing her. So the fact that she goes up and she risks herself, suppose in a way, I give it credit that, you know, the result was she did actually get injured. You know, it's high risk, high reward. And she did actually get injured from it. So I suppose I have to give it credit for that. She went up there and it wiped her out the match. So, yeah, for me, it's not my match. It's not my match. I said that before anyway. But there was things I can take from it. Right, we move on. We move on to the tag team match now. Imperium versus Kyle O'Reilly and Von Wagner. Von Wagner. Leave it to Dusty Rhodes. I thought her shoulder sell was good. It was. It was. Her selling of the shoulder injury was good. Definitely had me questioning as to whether she'd legit injured it or not. Here's Imperium. Bum, 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 bum. Jason said definitely an injury in that last match. Who do you think was injured? Cora Jade? Do you think she was really injured? Or do you think she was pretending to be injured? Right, Imperium making their way down. 51 minutes into this show, you know. Brony said, Imperium have got a great look about them. DLR says, where is Volta? Where is Volta? Where is he? That's who we need. You want some realism. You want some legitimacy. You want some hard-hitting action. We need the Ring General. I don't know. I mean, there's rumours that he is making his way to the main roster, isn't there? I definitely saw those reports that he's on the way. It'd be cool if he was here. Imagine Volta versus Von Wagner. Not really thought about that. Imagine Volta versus Von Wagner. That would be cool, man. That would be cool. He's not the champion now, so he could actually put Von Wagner over if they wanted. Right, Kyle O'Reilly is starting us off with Barcel. Working on the arm. Moldy Spoon, shout out to you. Volta will only appear if you get him in slam attack, says Aaron. That's a nice idea, says Seth. Bartel had the title upside down. Lol. Nice going for armbar, but rolled up by Barcel. Over the top. Strikes coming in by Kyle O'Reilly. Chop coming in by Eichner. Driving O'Reilly back. Oh, that's a big chop. That was a big sounding chop by Eichner. Eichner hurling O'Reilly into the corner. O'Reilly moving out the way. Big kick by Kyle. Tag, in comes Von Wagner. Von Wagner. Not a fan of that move. You know, where he goes against the ropes and he jumps over Kyle. I just don't think that when he lands, it looks very good. It doesn't look like a good move. It's meant to be Von Wagner coming crashing down onto your back. But he just kind of, like, comes crashing down onto, like, your bum, really. And by the time he comes, like, crashing down, he's pretty much landed on the ground. By the time he hits you, like, I get why they do it. I get, like, that it's meant to look, but it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I've thought that a few times when I've seen it. I mean, when he got tagged and he came in, I was like, yeah, this is good. Here we go. And then, like, when he does that, you just kind of go, I would definitely change that move for him. Standing guillotine by Kyle O'Reilly. Again, putting a squeeze on. Nice suplex there by Eichner. Tag, in comes Barcel. Bartel hurling O'Reilly into the corner. Uppercut there by Bartel. Nice top rope enziguri. Lovely suplex. I mean, I do enjoy watching Imperium. Knee to the midsection. He's managed to grab around the back of O'Reilly. Down against the ropes goes Bartel with a nice kick. How far do you think this NXT will go? Like, what? How long? Tricky to say. I reckon we've probably got another hour and a half at least. At least. Let's put it that way. Slam by Von Wagner, who's back in. Charging over. Big kick. I can hear people shouting, and I can hear, like, noise, and then when I look at the crowd, I can't see anything. Do you know what I'm thinking? Right, and I could be wrong. I'm thinking that there are Performance Center people in the crowd that have been told to bring energy. Because I'm hearing noise, and I see, like, people, and they're all, like, just sat there. And then you look over at the corner, and there's, like, a load of what look to be younger people that are kind of standing up, cheering. I'm just wondering if they've put Performance Center people, like up-and-coming wrestlers that they're training, in the crowd and told them your job is to bring the noise. Because this crowd has not shut up all night. Like, look, chanting again. But, like, can you hear the noise? And then look at the people in the background. Where is that noise coming from? Listen to the noise and look at the crowd. Crowd are all sat there. Where's the noise coming from? The only thing I can think is that they've got, like, Performance Center recruits, maybe the other side of the camera. I could see some at the top, and then I'm wondering if there's some behind that are just like, yeah, woo! Or is it just fake crowd that they're putting in there? Kicks coming in by Eichner. I can't stop looking at it now. I can't stop looking at it. Back in the corner goes Kyle. Kyle in the corner. Clothesline. Big boot by Kyle O'Reilly. Knee strike to the midsection. Imperium go to the outside. Now they're urging. I can see crowd members urging Kyle to make the tag to Von Wagner. Up over the top. Big back body drop. Tag, in comes Von Wagner. Clothesline, big boot. Shoulder tackle by Von Wagner. Knee strike by Von Wagner. Against the ropes. Picks him up. Nice power slam, that's good. Nice slam. Some big power moves here by Von Wagner. He's got both Imperium against the ropes. Clothesline. Both go outside. The apron just came off. I don't know why. The apron just flopped off as they went over the top. What was that attached with? How has that come off? How has that come off? The string must have just broke or something. I don't know. The ring apron has fallen off. It didn't seem... Perhaps it wasn't attached with anything. Perhaps they just hung it on the edge of the ring or something. I don't know. Didn't seem like there was much force to rip that apron off with. Nice slam. 1, 2. Kick out. There's crowd on the other side. Maybe they're bringing the energy. Yeah, that was my thought. Like, either it's people behind, but I don't understand why the people behind would be more, like, so lively compared to the people we're seeing, which is what's making me question, are they the Performance Center recruits? Or it could be that they are playing fake crowd noises. Oh, we know they do that. I mean, I wouldn't put that past them. To the outside goes Eichner. Bartel with a drop kick. Eichner with a drop kick as well. I hope we see Volta in the Rumble and he destroys everyone and he becomes the one to beat Roman at WrestleMania. I think I'd explode, wouldn't I? I think I would straight up explode if that happened. Would it be too soon? Sure. Is Volta even the right person to beat, like, Roman, you know? What would a Volta Universal Championship reign look like? I mean, Roman just looks like $1 million billion. He's just like, I mean, he's a good-looking guy. Hollywood looks. He's absolutely shredded. He's related to The Rock. And then, you know, no disrespect, you got Volta, who is just a flipping killer in the ring, but I don't know that he looks $1 million billion. I think Vince would definitely want him to get some, like, muscle. Definitely hit the gym. You know, we know that Vince likes muscles and good physiques and whatever. Maybe if Volta was to do that, he could get there. But that would be a concern. I don't know. I just don't know. This is awesome. Chant by the crowd. Standing guillotine by Kyle O'Reilly. O'Reilly's got... he's desperately trying to choke him out, but Eichner's going to reverse it into a suplex. Inside cradle. 1, 2. And Bartel. 1, 2. Oh. Bartel just pushed him over so that it was Eichner that was getting the pin. They both kick at each other. O'Reilly. Wow, O'Reilly just did the Dean Ambrose spot. You know, where you go through the ropes and kind of come back again. I don't think that's any kind of tribute or anything, but I always think of Dean Ambrose when I see that. This NXT chant is definitely this crowd. Von Wagner comes in. Chop's coming in by Bartel. Good match. Chop block by Eichner. Oh, some lovely strikes there. I love those quick strikes by Kyle O'Reilly. I mean, he is so good with his MMA striking. He mixes his like boxing with his kicks really, really well. Von Wagner. Ref was distracted to shoulder up. Shoulder up by Bartel. Eichner on the outside. Kyle O'Reilly on the outside. Solid match, says Seth. Wrong graphic, WWE. This is not a North American title match. Have they put that somewhere, have they? I've got NXT tag titles in the top corner. Over the top goes Von Wagner. I don't know where you're seeing that North American title thing. Charging over. Eichner up top. Whoa, goes to the outside. That was quite nice, you know. The way that was actually done was it felt realistic. That was nice by Kyle O'Reilly. 1, 2, shoulder up. Oh, into an armbar. That's a nasty armbar, man. That was a great transition. Nice transition into an armbar. Triangle. Triangle. He's going to fade, surely. And Von Wagner is down and out. Eichner's in big trouble here. Eichner's gone. Oh, no, wait. We got the old school arm test. I haven't seen that in forever. We were talking about that. Where's that gone? Uppercut, lovely. This might do it. 1, 2, 3. Really solid match, man. Really, really solid match. Imperium. Great match, says Austin. That was good stuff, says Brony. Austin said 4 out of 5. Yep, get your scores in. Shaquem said 4. Really good stuff, yeah. 4.5 says Jake. 4 says Justin. 3 said Liv and Zelina Stan. 4 says Rashawn. 4 says Justin. 375 says Brony. Hammer says 4.5. Justin says 4. 1 Minute Wrestler with Jesse Jackhammer says 4. Heather says, adios, Kyle. Run while you can. Michael says 5. Seth said 4.2. Justin says 4. Erase Your Mind says 4.25. Angela says 4.5. LSW says 4. They got me thinking Kyle and Wagner are going to win. Justin says 4. What happens when you throw the rock in a pool? It sinks right down the Dwayne, says Joshua. Brony 375. Regia Production said the show's been 4 out of 5 so far. Harley said 325. Houston says 5 out of 5 match that was. 3 out of 5 pay-per-view. Oh, Von Wagner did go to turn on Kyle. Von Wagner tried to turn on Kyle, and the two break up now. Whoa, did he give the Undisputed Era hand signal there? Why did he, Kyle O'Reilly chant? Why have they had Kyle O'Reilly stand tall? Wouldn't it have made more sense to have had Von Wagner beat him up? Is Kyle staying? I don't know. I don't think Kyle was supposed to do that. Went into business, says Alex. It's interesting because Booking would say that you'd have Von Wagner win. I mean, like, what's the point in having Von Wagner turn heel but get beaten up straight away? And then equally, what's the point in having Kyle throw up the Undisputed Era hands when, I mean, Undisputed Era is just not a thing now? And there's no way that Undisputed Era can get back together. So why would you have him do that? Unless they're getting, like, really psychological on us and getting us to, like, think of these alternative theories. But what if they did ask Kyle O'Reilly to do that and he has not? The thing with Kyle O'Reilly is he does strike me as a professional. So I don't think he would do that. I think he would do as, you know, if he's leaving, then I think he would do as requested. But it's a weird one. It's definitely it's definitely planted a little seed where you go, did he? Did he just go into his? Did he just do that then? Did he go off script? Why would you throw Undisputed Era hands? Why would you not have Von Wagner beat up Kyle O'Reilly? Because if Kyle O'Reilly's leaving, you want Von Wagner to look strong. So why did Von Wagner? It just makes Von Wagner, he can't even turn heel properly. Do you know what I mean? Von Wagner can't beat up a Kyle O'Reilly that doesn't even see it coming. So you go, interesting. Shout out to Skosana. Harley said 325, might have rated it higher if I cared. I don't know who was winning. I think it was a definite Imperium was winning, but it's still a 325. Shout out, please, to Junior FR. Junior FR. LSW said it would be crazy if he went off script. I don't think he would. My guess is he hasn't. But it's very interesting. It's very interesting because lazy booking, what you would expect would be Wagner turns heel, he beats up Kyle. If Kyle's leaving, well, you know, Von Wagner can say he chased him out of NXT. If Kyle is... That definitely feels more like Kyle is staying, yes? That definitely feels like... That doesn't feel... I don't feel like I've seen the last moment of Kyle there. What's Von Wagner meant to do now? Yeah, I tried to beat up my partner, but he got the better of me. But I'm moving on now. I'm moving on. Yeah, I don't know. Right, we're just seeing Legado del Fantasma. IDK and Offset, shoot my shots. Hair versus hair. Here we go. I'm looking forward to this. As I said before, I think this is just a little bit of fun. I mean, it might be a super serious match. It might be a really good, realistic match. But I always think, like, if you don't watch NXT and there's a wrestler that has to get their hair shaved, I remember when I was young, that was something I was like, no way. They actually bet their hair on a match, and then, like... So I think if you're a kid in particular, this is a cool match. Maybe for us that are a bit older, we're like... Yeah. Not really bothered, but I'm down for this. Bit of Cameron Grimes to the moon. Cameron Grimes versus Duke Hudson. Can't remember. I'm just trying to think now. The first hair versus hair match that I saw, I can't remember. I remember Brutus the Barber Beefcake coming down and taking people's hair, of course. That would be the first I saw of someone having, like, their hair cut in a wrestling ring. Would have been Brutus. Do you think Ricochet can win the Rumble and face Roman for the Universal Championship? He can. I don't think he will. I don't think that Vince sees him as a main event star. I don't even know if Vince sees him as a mid-card star. I mean, could we see Ricochet as the US champion? Could we see Ricochet as the IC champion? We could, but am I right in saying haven't? Or has he had a run with the US title once and I'm forgetting? I don't see him at the top of the card. They moved him up. They fed him to Brock, didn't they, once? He's done that. He's been Brock food. As have many people. So there's no shame in that, but nah. I mean, WrestleMania, they're going to want Roman and Brock, aren't they? Or Roman and Drew. They're going to want two big guys, big names, two guys that look good on a poster. Drew, former champion, and Brock. I mean, Brock's Brock, innit? Let's go, Grimes, to the moon. Days, my name is pronounced Brawny, not Bro-knee. I don't care how you pronounce it. Okay. I will remember that next time, Crybaby FN. You said you didn't mind how I pronounced it. I've pronounced it Crybaby. Wyndham hasn't got his account back yet. Damn, says Crybaby FN. Hair versus hair, who have you got? I don't know that this feud is going to continue past this. I know they've not actually had that many matches, but I don't know. I mean, what are you going to do if Duke Hudson wins and shaves Cameron Grimes' hair? What are you going to... Where do you go after that? I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? I'm thinking Cameron Grimes wins, but it's going to look better if Duke Hudson wins because Cameron Grimes has got way more hair to shave off. If you want to see something cool, search up geode crystals. Dude, I'm seeing something cool, and his name is Duke Hudson, yeah? Don't need no geode crystals. I got Duke winning, says Regia Productions. Bob said it's all for Grimes' character change. Duke wins. I'm down for that. I think it would be better if Grimes got his head shaved because, yeah, it would be a character change. It would be a character change. He's already done the beard, so it does make sense. And then, what, after this we see the new Cameron Grimes? Do you think Brock Lesnar will reign supreme at day 1? Do I think Brock Lesnar will reign supreme at day 1? I don't think he'll win the title there, no. If that's what you're asking me. Will he become the champion there? No, I don't think he will. Duke Hudson picks up Cameron Grimes, drives him back to the corner. I forgot your name was pronounced Boomer Days. Sorry for calling you the wrong name this whole time. I mean, that's fine. It probably is, in all fairness. I'm quite happy to admit that. I think Duke wins, says Justin. Duke's winning. Grimes bold would go to the moon. Trying to slam face first into the ring steps. Days after this, could they do a loser leaves NXT and then Grimes can lose and go to the roster? They could live in Zelina, Stan. I think Vince likes Grimes. It's kind of he's got the kind of charisma that Vince likes. He's the kind of comedy character that Vince loves to utilize. So I think even though he might not have the greatest body or whatever, could you see Cameron Grimes chasing after a 24/7 title? Unfortunately, I think that's where he'll end up. Certainly don't think he'll be a WWE champion or a Universal champion, but could he be in a tag team? Could he be going after a 24/7 title? Might he, if he dreams and works hard enough, get a US championship run? Maybe. And if he's a very good boy, he might win a Slammy. Knee to the back. Rise said, chat, is anyone watching Davis versus Cruz tonight? I would like to watch it, but I'm way too tired. I've had 3 hours sleep. I'll see if I can catch highlights tomorrow. I would like to have watched it though. If there was no NXT tonight, we would have watched that instead. I like Tank. I think he wins quite easily. Cameron Grimes did a moonsault, looking for the pin. Kick coming in. Into the corner. Another kick coming in by Grimes. Duke Hudson goes out the ring. Grimes and R-Truth segments would be comedy gold. To the outside, belly to belly, suplex. Do you know, we're just having a good look now. How many people are actually behind the camera? That's my question now. How many people are behind the camera? This red hot crowd that we haven't been seeing. Being counted out at the moment. Has managed to count up to 9, and Cameron Grimes gets back into the ring. Against ropes goes Cameron Grimes. Back elbow. Grimes goes down. Hudson was outsmarted. He was out-strategized. So they're fighting in the one ring. I'll tell you what's kind of cool. They're fighting in the one ring, and they've got the barber's chair actually set up in the other ring, which is kind of fun. So as soon as they lose, they just like it's there, it's ready, it's set up. I kind of like that. I like the fact that they're fighting in the one ring, and there's something set up in the other ring for the conclusion. Hudson. In gold pants, by the way. Days. Adam Cole extended his contract for an extra 30 days to finish his feud with Kyle and put him over. Do you think Kyle wants to stay as a singles to prove that Cole putting him over wasn't a waste? I don't know. I can't answer that, do I? I don't know what he's thinking. I mean, I don't know what offers he's got. I don't know. I mean, like, if AEW want him and he can go over to AEW, I think he'd probably, again, I'm only speculating, but I'm guessing he would rather do that than go to the main roster after what he's been seeing. I think that would interest him more than proving that Adam Cole was right to put him over and all this kind. I don't know how much that is going to be in his thought process. I don't know what Kyle O'Reilly wants to achieve. Kyle O'Reilly, for all I know, could dream of being at WrestleMania. Could be his life's goal. Could be why he got into wrestling, is to compete at WrestleMania. And if that's the case, it might be that he's going to do whatever it takes to get to the main roster and get to WrestleMania. I don't know that that's true. And it could be that if there's a lovely offer from AEW and he can go over there and reunite with Bobby Fish and Adam Cole, you know, maybe he's going to do that instead. Without knowing what offers are on the table, without knowing what he wants to achieve, it's really difficult, isn't it? The only thing I can tell you is that the way that the last match ended definitely took me by surprise. Definitely took me by surprise. I definitely did not expect what we got. I really thought that it was going to be a case that they were going to I thought it was going to be a case that they were going to have Von Wagner go over if he was going to turn heel. Shoulder up by Duke Hudson. Had a bit of a Spanish fly there. NLW, hi. Robert, shout out to you. Shawn Michaels knows something about barbershops. He does, you're right. He definitely does. If there's someone in this world that knows something about barbershops, it's that man right there. Cameron Grimes. DDT. 1, 2. Kick out by Duke Hudson. Kind of thinking that this match might not go on for too much longer because we've still got to have someone get their head shaved. Have you heard about Omicron? I've heard about it. I don't know loads about it, but I've heard about it. Duke Hudson goes outside the ring, and Cameron Grimes goes out as well. Hudson gets thrown back in. Grimes over the top. Hudson on his feet. Goes down. 1, 2. Oh, and he's using the ropes. Reversed. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Duke Hudson. Hudson just checking with the referee. Is like, that's a 2, yeah? That's a 2. He's counting incredibly slow. Says Barrett. Reverse Rana! Reverse Rana! Here we go. Cameron Grimes with a big boot. Goes up top. Cameron Grimes, crossbody. 1, 2. Ah! Kick out. Kick out by Duke Hudson. Ooh. Let's go Grimes. Pretty decent match, says Robin. Derek said these guys should be looking for a real job or exist from their contract to find another promotion. This show is dead. Vince has ruined it. I feel bad for Triple H. 1, 2. Oh, and he kicks out. Picks up Cameron Grimes. Good reversal and face first. 1, 2, 3. Oh, handful of tights. Cameron Grimes wins. Cameron Grimes wins. Duke Hudson loses. Old Huddo is going to be Baldo. Grimes wins. Wasn't expecting Grimes to win. Can't believe it. Cannot believe it. Hudson trying to roll away. Hudson trying to get out the ring, and Cameron Grimes throws him back in. Big strike, and Cameron Grimes goes down. He's knocked him out. Is he gonna shave him anyway? That's a heel move, man. Oh, that's a shame. I wanted to see him shave Cameron Grimes. So, yeah, he just seemingly knocked out Cameron Grimes. It looked like he was about to shave him. Here we go. He's doing it. I tell you, decent shavers. I don't know how many times we've seen it whereby... Oh, and he runs away. Cameron Grimes shaving Duke Hudson. It's a shame that we don't get much of a glimpse of kind of what he looks like, unfortunately. And there we can see the hair on the floor. Cameron Grimes giggling away. To the moon. That was weak, says Rye. Bald Duke. Seth says that was... Bleh. Would have been better if it was Grimes that went bald. That was the perfect... That cut and say it was perfect. But, it was alright. Match was alright. Match wasn't really anything special, but, it was alright. So it served a purpose. Are we going to find out about that shaman tonight as well? Do you remember all of that? The shaman stuff. Urban training. Okay, we got the grizzled young veterans. Okay, so the grizzled young veterans are like stealing people's money. Okay, it's a pretty wild thing we're watching. Reminds me, actually, I saw a video just before I went live, about half an hour before, and it was a dude that was going up to strangers. It was on YouTube. It's really cool. Goes up to strangers like, "Excuse me, have you got any money?" And obviously a lot of people are like, "No, sorry, I haven't got any spare money." And so they don't give him anything. And anyone that did give him some, he gave them times 100 back. He was like, as soon as they give it him, they go, "Okay, thank you. Just so you know, that was a bit of an experiment. And I'm so grateful for you, potentially going to help me out. Here's some money back." So there was a woman that gave him like $10. He gave her $1,000 back. It was really cool. It was good. You can imagine her face. She was shocked. She was shocked. She couldn't believe it. Right, we have got. I really want to find. I've got some images of the shaving. I know it's not going to be. I know that people aren't going to be too bothered, but I definitely want to do a quick little video on this. Yeah, that is the. That's quite a good pinning moment that I've captured there. I've then got the shocked face, the realization. Then next up, after that, I've managed to capture. I think you can see I've caught the key moments here. There he is being shaved. Can I just say, these pictures have come out way better than I thought they were going to. These are just screen grabs. Whilst the thing was on. There's the shaving. And then I totally messed up, in all fairness, the last bit. I totally messed up this last bit. This last bit, I had to use the replay to try and show what it looked like. New Year's Evil. New Year's Evil. There we go. Yeah, I don't like that one as much. Dun, dun. Right. NXT War Games tonight, seeing a hair versus hair match. This is Cameron Grimes against Duke Hudson, and Cameron Grimes here with a handful of tights. Honestly, if you pick the wrong camera angle there, I don't know what you're going to be seeing. But Cameron Grimes rolling up Duke Hudson. The loser of this match was going to be getting their head shaved. And the image here shows the realization on the face of Duke Hudson as he realizes that he has just lost this hair versus hair match. There was a barbershop chair that was set up in the ring as well. And here is Cameron Grimes shaving the head of Duke Hudson. Hair versus hair matches. There's been quite a few in history of wrestling. Sometimes you see like hair versus mask down in like Mexico. But it's been a while since we've seen one in WWE. I honestly don't think I could tell you the last one we had in WWE. But he did start shaving his hair. You can see him actually cutting it here. And we've got an image kind of the end result. Duke Hudson ends up storming away when he obviously comes back around. And that's pretty much as far as we got with the hair being shaved. A big clump missing from the front. So, yeah, Duke Hudson not going to be happy. I don't know how he's going to get that fixed. He's going to have to... he is literally going to have to shave it off, isn't he? He's going to have to embrace it. That's probably the only way forward. So, yeah, hair versus hair match tonight on NXT War Games. The winner was Cameron Grimes. which is actually quite a surprise. I mean, I honestly thought that it was going to go the other way. I honestly thought that Duke Hudson might win. I mean, I think right at the start I predicted Cameron Grimes, just because I didn't know where they could go after here. But then, you lot were talking about Duke Hudson winning and this being like the restart, and it made a lot of sense. So I was kind of like on board with that theory then. So it took me by surprise, even though I predicted Cameron Grimes right at the start. It did take me by surprise. But I do agree with you lot as well that match was maybe not the most exciting thing we've ever seen in the world. One of the most exciting things in the world is Haaland, who is making his way down to the ring now with Joe Gacy. Okay, so Gacy has made his way down. We're going to be moving to our next match. Which is going to be for the Cruiserweight Championship. Of course, the only other match we've got after this is going to be the War Games match. The men's War Games match. Bum, bum, ba-dun, dun. I do like Diamond Mine. Diamond Mine are really cool, man. So this is going to be Roderick Strong. There's Ivy Nile. So Strong in the ring. There's rumors this is the end of the Cruiserweight Championship. There's rumors that they are getting rid of it and that it doesn't serve a purpose anymore. I don't know if tonight is the night that we say goodbye to it, or if it's just something they're going to get rid of in the future. Introducing the challenger, Joe Gacy. Tag match was great. Men's War Game was decent / meh. Grimes, Duke Hudson was decent. Meh. Let's see how these last matches do. How old is that ref? In the window. The one with the waggly tail. Roderick Strong versus Joe Gacy. Ding, ding, ding. Dingle, dingle. Right, Roderick Strong has got Gacy back in the corner. Down goes Gacy. We've got Diamond Mine at ringside. We've also got Haaland at ringside. Slapped by Gacy. Forearm strike coming back by Roderick Strong. Driving strikes into the midsection. Knee strikes coming in by Strong. Picks up Gacy and slams him down. Do like Gacy. Gacy was someone that was kind of on my radar anyway. I do like Joe Gacy. We were talking about him a while ago because he used to like wrestle in like a yellow mask. I'd love to see that come back. I'd love to see that come back. Joe Gacy looks a bit like Bray Wyatt, says David. Yeah. a mixture, like if Bray Wyatt and Kevin Owens had a love child, a lot of people say that's what he looks like. Which is that's not bad at all, is it really? Gacy with a elbow drop. Big strike by Gacy. I disagree. Joe Gacy is annoying. No, well, I like Joe. Wow. I don't know. I'm intrigued by Joe Gacy. Big chop by Roderick Strong. Where does Captain Hook go to get his hook replaced? The second-hand store. What I will say about tonight's show, is this has been going for 1 hour 45. I've seen a fair few matches, takeovers and whatever. Maybe more so in recent times. And this one feels a lot snappier. The pacing of this one feels quite good. Big strike coming in by Gacy on the outside. Throws Roderick Strong back into the ring. This is for the Cruiserweight Championship. I always found Joe Gacy's gimmick intriguing. Austin said, I didn't like Gacy at first, but he's growing on me. I think the thing with Gacy, I said it earlier, I still right now don't have a total grasp on his character. Like, he talks about a safe space, and he talks about, communication over violence and all this kind of stuff. And then he goes in there and he has matches like this. So it's like, how much does he believe in what he says? How much of it is just a lie? And then, what's his relationship with Haaland? I mean, the closest that I can get to it, the closest I can figure out is that Gacy is like a violent psychiatrist. He's a violent psychiatrist that comes into the ring and he talks about, accepting one another, learning to work together. Thank you for allowing me to be in your presence, and all this kind of stuff. Kind of constantly watering, being kind of woke, if you will, but also, I don't know. I'm thinking psychiatrist because I'm thinking that's how he met Haaland. Because wasn't there a bit where he's talking to him and there's glass that separates them, and it's like he's on the phone and he's gone to visit him. Now he might have known him before, and then maybe Haaland did something and ended up getting put away, or maybe he's the kind of person that goes into these facilities to try and help people rehabilitate. So maybe he's, tried to rehabilitate Haaland, and maybe Gacy is the only person that Haaland listens to. Maybe. Rest with Andy said, Days, do you know your streaming schedule over the holidays? Pretty much every day. I mean, I don't. I mean, Monday I'll do Raw. I know those kind of things. Friday I'll do SmackDown. Saturdays I'll do UFC, and then Saturday, Sunday I've got Premier League. Blah, 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 blah. It's just the same schedule, really, week in, week out. But I certainly don't know when I'm free or anything like that. I mean, the only positive that I've got is I do think that the UFC goes on a break for a few weeks. So the UFC are not around, I think, after, is it the 17th or something? I think we've got UFC 269 this weekend. Then we've got a fight night. And then I think they're off for a little bit, couple of weeks. So I've definitely got a couple of weeks where I don't have UFC on a Saturday. We will do something else instead on the Saturday. But what excites me more is that I don't have to worry about doing research for UFC. So even though we'll do something else on the Saturday, I hopefully won't have to do loads of research for it. Roderick Strong trying to get back, gets his foot on the rope. Gacy gives me Wyndham vibes. He just needs to pull out a PS5. Ah, well done, mate. That is a great comment. That might be my favorite comment of the night. That is great. He gives me Wyndham vibes as well. On a PS5. You know where I am, yeah? You know where I am. Harlan picks up Ivy Nile. Why? Put her down. It's okay. Knee to the midsection. Boom. Big power bomb on Roderick Strong. 2. Kick out. Harlan just picked up Ivy Nile. She was like kicking around like this, like a child. I sort of feel like maybe Ivy Nile wasn't the best person for Harlan to pick up there. Just because, like, it doesn't make her look great. Roderick Strong has retained, you know. You know, she is like a killer that's got chains round her neck and everything. And then we get a bit where Harlan's just picking her up and she is like a child. Like, wouldn't it have been better if he'd have picked up Malcolm Bivens? I think I would have had him pick up Bivens instead. Because Bivens, it's alright for Bivens to look a bit foolish, isn't it? And he's about the same size. No, we've just seen a replay of it here. Let me go, let me go. Perhaps he thought she was like a snack. Perhaps Harlan saw her and it was like, dinner. 2.25, the match didn't grab me. 3.5 says Chris. Why did he pick her up? Lunch. Well, there you go. Not the end of the Cruiserweight Championship like we thought, or like I thought. There'd been rumours that it was going to wrap up, and I liked the idea of the all-inclusive championship. But not to be. What's this? Ikemanjiro? 1 gallon of Super Slurpee. 2 Super Slice. I don't know what's happening. Why is he eating all this stuff? I don't know what I'm watching. I'm watching a man eat loads of food and now he's going to the toilet. This is a Vince segment, innit? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. We just saw Ikemanjiro eat a load of food and then have to go to the bathroom. And then he said, maybe next time, just the 1 super slice. That is so... God damn. You can do what you want, but I want this in the show. hang on, Vince, we can do whatever we want, but you want Ickham and Jiro to eat a load of food and then you want us to follow him to the bathroom? Yeah. You're gonna do it or you're fired. Are you sure, Vince? Like, this is what people want. That screams Vince McMahon to me. I can't believe that Shawn Michaels or Triple H or whoever is right in this show has got that same kind of sense of humor, that kind of that toilet humor that Vince has got. I don't know. Did Roderick Strong win? He did. Days, that was funny. He's done it for you. Vince McMahon has done that for you, Legend Killer. Goddamn, Legend Killer will love it. Kyle O'Reilly. Is Kyle. Right, he wants him inside the steel cage, so it is not the end of Kyle O'Reilly. Did he say, I want you inside the steel? So, Kyle versus Von, steel cage. Main event time. Main event time. New school versus old school. Black. Well, I don't even know why I'm writing that. I might as well just put flipping men's war games. Men's war games. War games. That'll be this Tuesday where Wagner wins and Kyle leaves. Kyle is putting Von Wagner over on his way out. Austin called that KOR Wagner match. Steel cage. Kyle would fight in a fight pit. That would have been good, wouldn't it, if they'd done it in a fight pit? That would have been good. I haven't seen a fight pit in a long time. Fight pit would have been good. Fight pit, fight pit, fight pit. These lads have no idea. Shut up, mate. Right, we've got a little video package. And we are building towards our main event of the evening. I do appreciate the fact that the show is not like super long. I do appreciate that. But Katie Vick is back. I'm not sure. I'm not sure we will sync to them levels. Enjoy the rest of the stream. See you on the other side for football. You shooting off now, buds? Skip it. I'm skipping the main event. Skipping it. 2 cage matches. One on Raw and one on NXT 2.0, says a deal. Yeah, Dort Knight, shout out to you, dude. Hammer Studio said, what time is it for you? I suppose it's pretty late. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 in the morning. Considering I've had 3 hours sleep since, I don't know when, Friday, I'm actually feeling all right, you know. I'm feeling all right. I mean, if this was still going to go on for another, like, 3 hours, then we would be struggling. But, no, I mean, don't get me wrong, this has probably still got another 40 minutes in it. You know these War Games matches don't go quick. Right, here we go. We're getting people making their way out, which should be Bron Breaker. You got action figures. Being in game. LA Knight. Sad noises. Team 2.0 for the win, said Justin. Bron Breaker making his way down. He's got some war paint on. He's got some black here. Here's Grayson Waller making his way out. Oh, he's got it as well. I'm guessing all of the 2.0 team is going to have black face paint. Here's Waller. Here's Tony. Here's Tony. Hey! Come on, just came from the meat market. Here's Carmelo. Tony. How did you celebrate Halloween? I don't know. I think we did a stream, to be honest. Okay. Carmelo with Trick Williams. Mr. Bout It, Bout It. The North American champion has made his way out. Do you celebrate Halloween? Well, we do here, yes. It's not as big as in America, but it's kind of growing every year. You see, the shops have realised they can make money from it, so, of course, now the shops are pushing it, and they have been for quite a while. Certainly when I was young, when I was a kid, like, you could go trick-or-treating. It was something that we knew of. You know, it was a thing, but there'd probably be 1, 2 people that would knock on our door. And I don't think I ever went trick-or-treating when I was a kid. I think my brother did. Again, my brother's younger than me, so it's a sign of how it was coming in. Like, I never went trick-or-treating, but my brother did. And then, you know, it's just over the years you see more and more and more in the shops, you know. So it's one of those that has definitely got bigger. But don't forget I'm a boomer, so it passed me by. Right, the Team 2.0 has come out. Now we're getting the gold and black brand making their way out. Has Amir Khan been knocked out by chewing gum? Amir Khan's fighting against Cal Brookini in February. Here's Tommaso. Here's Peter. Peter Dunne. The brother you pushed down the stairs. We're going to fall out, you and me, Seth. We're going to fall out. It's absolutely not what happened. I mean, now you brought it up. We were both young. It was time for bed, so he had the pajamas. And, we wore matching pajamas, I think. My parents made us wear matching. Let me remind you, we were both very young. And he had them both sets, his and mine. His story was that he gave them to me and was going to abseil down the stairs, and then I had them, and I went and let go, and he apparently fell down the stairs. Never happened. What actually happened was he was stood on the stairs. He chucked them to me. I went, thanks, pulled them. He held on to them. And he went down the stairs. So, it's one of them, innit? Lots of mistruths around. Lots of fake news. Lots of fake news in the history of our family. Right, here we go. Big reaction for Johnny. Big genuine reaction for Johnny as Johnny steps out for maybe the final time. Johnny Gargano. Is he? He's very emotional. He's drinking it in. Making his way to the ring. He just took a little moment there. Johnny getting into the ring, and Johnny's going to start us off with Carmelo. I think there's a real argument that if you was going to take one person to represent NXT, I think there's a real argument that's the person. I think that is Mr. NXT. Outside of Triple H and Shawn. I think that is Mr. NXT. I think he's got longevity. I think not only has he done that, but he was in a tag team with Tommaso that was one of the best ever tag teams. He went solo and was in part of one of the best ever feuds when he split with Tommaso. He was NXT champion, so he achieved that, ticked that off. He's also won the North American Championship. He's won the tag team championships. So he's won all the belts. He's been in it for a long, long time. And not only all of that, but he has had, I don't even know how many Meltzer 5-star matches. Like, I know it doesn't matter if Meltzer thinks your match was good or not. But it is a thing that people pay attention to. And he has had, I don't know, three 5-star matches, something like this. And it is worth bearing in mind that WWE in its history has only had 20-odd. In its history, Meltzer has only given WWE about 20-odd 5-star matches. There's a list, an article that's got them all. And, I mean, in all fairness, it might have gone into the 30s now because NXT has really provided a real chunk of 5-star matches. Like, Mustache Mountain against Undisputed Era, that was 5 stars. And I know that Johnny got, I think Johnny against Andrade might have been 5 stars. Johnny against Tommaso, I think, was. But, yeah, I mean, he's contributed like 5-star matches as well. So you can point at like Finn Balor, or you can point at like, I don't know who his competition would be, to be honest. I suppose Adam Cole would be a big one. Adam Cole would definitely be a big one. But I think Johnny over... I would say Adam Cole's the best champion. But I think Johnny might be Mr. NXT. Between them two, yeah. 7 5-star matches. Is it really 7 5-star matches? Wow, that is way more than what I thought. Is it really 7 5-star matches? Wow. Back in the corner, Carmelo charging over. Kick by Johnny. Carmelo goes down. Gargano came out with his old theme. Dave Meltzer is all elites. Harley said, I don't care about Dave's 5-star matches. No, as I said, you know, it's not anything that really matters too much. The only thing I would say is that I think since AEW came along in particular, I think Dave's ratings have kind of mattered a little less. Because I think right now, you've got AEW fans, you've got WWE fans, and then you've got a load of people that just want to watch both and enjoy wrestling. And I think like that kind of division has kind of meant that people are struggling to take his ratings seriously. If you're a WWE fan and you see how he rates AEW compared to how he rates, NXT, then, it's hard to take that seriously sometimes. But certainly before AEW, I think it carried a bit more weight to it. So when Johnny started to get like some 5-star reviews coming through, quite a few 5-star reviews, I remember it being very significant. Johnny with a nice spear in between the ropes. Good little battle between these two. Back kick there by Carmelo. Carmelo going up top. Comes crashing down onto Johnny. Carmelo going over to the corner. Countdown clock is less than a minute till the next person's coming in. Johnny going over with some forearm strikes. Do you think Gargano could pull off one more 5-star match? I don't know. I don't know what Meltzer's thinking. I don't know what Meltzer's looking for. I can't call Meltzer 5-star matches. He's given 5 stars to things that I just don't think were even 4. So I honestly couldn't tell you what Meltzer will score this show. Carmelo having his head rammed into the side of the cage, and then lovely powerbomb by Johnny. Solid start to this match. I agree. Where would you put Sammy on the greatest NXT stars? I think he would be on the NXT Mount Rushmore, says Austin. It's difficult because I don't know if it's passed him by. I think the NXT stars have stayed longer, and as a result, they've been able to do more and achieve more. So, like, if you're going to do a Mount Rushmore, you put Johnny on there, you put Adam Cole on there. Okay, so that only leaves you 2 more spots. What do you do with Tommaso? Because Tommaso's been in there as long as Johnny. Tommaso's won the NXT Championship, the Tag Team Championship. It's been in incredible matches. Tommaso was as much in that feud with Johnny as Johnny was in that feud with Tommaso. So I kind of feel like Tommaso has to go on. And then that only leaves you 1 spot. So, I don't know, then all of a sudden Sami Zayn is battling for that spot with Finn Balor. He's battling with that spot with Seth Rollins, who was the first ever NXT champion. He's battling in that spot with, do you go women or are you just keeping it men? If you're just keeping it men, then Sammy, I say, is in the running, definitely. Nice takedown. But what about Samoa Joe, who won it twice? What about Kevin Owens? Again, I think I might lean Finn Balor over Sammy. So I'm thinking Tommaso, Finn Balor, Johnny Gargano, and Adam Cole might be my Mount Rushmore when it comes to male NXT stars. But there's no doubt about it, Sammy is in the conversation. Sammy was great in NXT. He did win the NXT Championship, and he had that great match with Nakamura. Nakamura's debut match is amazing. Wrestler with Andy said, Days, please acknowledge Percy Watson as a part of NXT Mount Rushmore. For his wrestling work or his announcing work, what do you want him to go on for? Or we just all of it? Just put him on for all of it. He goes on twice. Put him on twice. Trip Williams trying to get involved, and Johnny using the chair. Waller and Carmelo working together, and there's blood here. They've busted open Johnny. So far, this is a decent match, man. Hard hitting, no silly spots. Johnny's got colour. There's a lot of emotion because this could be Johnny's last match, and we think it is. No complaints from me so far here. Blood. Dat King said, hello, Dat King. I haven't watched a single moment of NXT since TakeOver Portland. And to be honest, seeing Johnny came out one last time at TakeOver, it was a bit, it was a nice moment. Once Kyle and Johnny go to their real home in a few weeks, it will all be good. Double knees by Pete. Pete Dunne with some strikes. Looking to pick up Carmelo Hayes, and slams Hayes on top of Waller. So Pete Dunne is in there. Over against the cage, trying to slam Waller into the side of that cage. Days, Lucky Cannon is the greatest NXT wrestler of all time. Totally. I mean, like, do you know who I think was really, really cool? Cassius Ohno. Because Cassius Ohno had a great first run, and then he came back for a bit of a lackluster second run, it has to be said. But Cassius Ohno had a really good first run in NXT. He was someone that I thought was going to be like the next big star, and I don't know, he seemed to have a few struggles. Certainly seemed to struggle with his weight. Gargano escape Pete Dunne and Johnny Gargano, and they've got it opposite each other, and they're kicking out at the other person in the head. Tommaso waiting to get in there. We're down to a minute. I don't know if I want Johnny to leave, to be honest. I love AEW, and I want to see the likes of Steen and Wyndham there, but Johnny leaving just hits different for me, says Michael. Liv and Zelina Stan said, Days, shouldn't Seth be up there, what with him being the first champion? Yeah, I mean, you can put him in the conversation. I don't know that he was... I don't actually know how long Seth was in NXT for, because by the time that you're getting to the end of 2012, the Shield are debuting, so I think Seth might have won that NXT championship and only have been actually in NXT for like, I don't know, I'm guessing. I don't know actually when they moved from the game show kind of format to the weekly format. I'm guessing it would have been like he was in NXT for less than a year in that version, like 6 months, 8 months, something like that. Would be a guess. I'm just guessing. But it's not years. Because by the end of Survivor Series 2012, that's when the Shield are debuting on the main roster. So if he goes in, he goes in for being the first. So he can fight for that final spot, but I don't think he goes ahead of Johnny. I don't think he goes ahead of Adam Cole. I don't think he can go ahead of Tommaso Ciampa. So then, do you put Seth in that 4th spot? Does he go ahead of Finn Balor? Right. tables being brought in. Let's go, Peter Poppins, says Joseph. Michael said, Grayson has really impressed me tonight. Gabrielle said it was less than a month. It was in NXT for less than a month. Is that true? We've got kendo sticks being thrown in. Trip Williams is going underneath the ring, and something's under there. Dexter Loomis was under there. Dexter Loomis is here to deal with Trick Williams. Thumb up by Dexter Loomis. That was quite nice. It would have been nice if the Way were, like, there to do a little spot, you know? I'm sure we're going to get some DIY moments. Tony is closing the door. That's kind of clever by Tony. Tony has actually padlocked the door closed. Shame that you can just easily climb over to get in, but it does make it a bit more difficult. Carmelo Hayes is walking around with a trash can lid. Art Monster's good at maths, not unless you count Dracula. I'm running out of jokes. Okay, I'm sure you are. I think you've said them all. Dort Knight said, how long is left? I'm flagging. I don't know. I don't know what's when they're scheduled to end. I mean, I would guess there's probably a good 20 minutes, 25 minutes still to go. I mean, we've still got people that have left to come in, and I can't see this match ending, like, as soon as everyone's in there. I reckon there'll be a big... It'll go a bit longer, you know? I don't know if it's going to go another 38 minutes longer, though, but I do expect it to go a little longer. LA Knight having a look underneath the ring as Johnny and Pete Dunne are being smashed against the side of the cage. They're telling LA Knight to climb over the top. It's going to be a bit tricky to do because surely the heels are going to attack him. Yeah, Waller's going over. Waller's going over, trying to prevent LA Knight from getting in there, but LA Knight knocks Waller down and he gets in. Here's Tony and Carmelo. Duck underneath by LA Knight. Carmelo going into the cage. Big boot by LA Knight. Nice cutter. Good cutter by LA Knight. Gabrielle said, do you want to see McIntyre Lesnar versus Reigns at WrestleMania 38? I'm not the biggest fan of triple threats, to be honest. I wouldn't mind it. I think you could do an interesting build, and but I mean, like, Roman versus Edge would have been is awesome. Roman versus Daniel Bryan is awesome. I don't know that Roman versus Edge versus Daniel Bryan was better. It was a very, very good match. It worked out fine in the end. But I don't know that it was better than just doing him against one or the other. So if we end up getting that as a triple threat, then fine. I'm sure it'll be a good match. You know, I believe in, like, all of Brock's matches feel like big deals. Roman has great main events. Drew, obviously, you know, I'm sure he'll play his part. So, yeah, I don't know if it would be my first choice, but if we get it, I'm sure it'd be cool. We've got less than 1 minute 30 to go, and it is 3-on-3. We've got Waller in a trash can, just getting stomped on in the corner. It ended up being better than both singles matches, to be fair, says Harley. Harry said, I'm still happy that Rebel Heart. Triple Threat was better than the one-on-one match with Edge and Roman. I would have to go back and look at my scores, to be honest. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I can't remember. Pete Dunne putting his hand, the bin on the hand of Waller. Kendo stick to the hand. I don't like it when a wrestler loses a title in a triple threat without being pinned. Did that happen to Sean or Brett? Triple threats weren't a thing. I don't remember triple threats back in old school days. I can't remember triple threats back. I couldn't tell you the first triple threat match we had. But you weren't seeing Hogan in triple threats. I mean, I do agree. Like it's meant to be, you know, a champion defending their championship. You know, 1-on-1, who is the best? Bron Breakker trying to snap the chain. It's not gonna snap, is it? I think we all know it's not gonna snap. Look, he's still trying to break it. Pete Dunne. There we go. Finally does it. They must have rehearsed that a few times. Belly to belly by Bron Breakker. Kick to the midsection. I'm really good at sleeping. I can do it with my eyes closed. Bron Botcher, said Erase Your Mind. Bron Botcher. Certified Steiner moment, says Robert. What pay-per-view was the best this year between WWE and AEW? What was the best pay-per-view? Dude, I wouldn't want to say, because I'd honestly have to just go back and look at my scores. Because I could sit here and say it was this, or it was that, and then someone will go, well, actually, you gave this to the Royal Rumble. And I'll be like, okay. So it's just better I don't say. I'll probably have a look at the end and, like the end of the year, and go through all the streams and have a look, see how all the pay-per-views ranked. Bron Breakker picking up Johnny Gargano. Hurling Johnny Gargano onto LA Knight and Pete Dunne. Crown Jewel was amazing. Royal Rumble was good. I'm pretty sure I gave high ratings to both. Do you like Tommaso Ciampa? Yeah, he's cool. I wasn't really a fan of him when he was with Timothy Thatcher, which I probably should have been, because they were both, you know, legit, realistic, hard-hitting. It's all the kind of stuff I like, but I found them to be dull. I didn't find them interesting. So, I much prefer him as a solo star, a singles wrestler. Well, or in DIY. But yeah, I do like Tommaso. Shoulder charge by Bron Breakker. Mine was WrestleMania Backlash, says Kirsty. Stump coming in by Tony. We got Waller in there. I don't think it's long until we get the final person. There's Ciampa's gonna kill you chant. Crowd loves black and gold over the Rainbow Warriors. Here's Ciampa making his way down. Gets in as Waller has got a kendo stick. Kick to the midsection. Ciampa gets it. Into the side of the cage goes Carmelo. Psycho Killer chant by the crowd as Bron Breakker goes into the side of the cage. Tony goes into the side of the cage as well. And big knee there by Tommaso. Knee into trash can lid, into Bron Breakker, and into Carmelo. Tommaso grabs a trash can, puts it down in the middle of the ring, and pats himself on the back. So the War Games match has now officially begun. The War Games match has now started. Thoughts on maybe Bron winning the Rumble and maybe going on to beat Roman for the title? Too soon. Too soon, and he's not been built at all. I mean, he's only been in NXT for a minute. He's not won the NXT championship. Having him like win the Rumble, and I'd say you're probably talking like, I mean, even Brock, like when he got up to the main roster, it still took Brock like a good, I don't know actually, from the moment he debuted to the moment he won the title, probably around 11 months, 10, 11 months, something like that. So for Bron Breakker to get to the top of WWE, and I don't even know how many months it would have been. From debuting on NXT, from debuting in the developmental brand to winning the Universal in less than a year. Suppose someone's got to do it, ain't they? Someone's got to be the first to do that. This is awesome chant by the crowds. DIY. Maybe not for this one, but maybe the one after. I am sure that Bron Breakker is going to have a very successful career. But it's too hard. It's too far in the future, isn't it? Who knows how he's going to perform? Who knows? I mean, like, people were saying, like, Velveteen Dream was going to go on to have a great main roster career, you know, and look what happened there. I'm not saying that Bron Breakker's going to have that same fate, but I'm just saying you never know. Right, Bron Breakker, the heels are in control here. All of the faces are down. It was 6 months for Brock. 6 months. There we go. Right, we've got Waller. We've got Tony. All the faces are in the middle section in between the two rings. Right, so we've got this is that moment again. This is the moment where the face team like just brawling now with the heel team, and this is the point where like the match can start. Why were they doing nothing there? Because they regrouped. So we've got the heels the one side, we've got the faces the other side. I would have my freak out moment here, where I go, what's the point of everything we've just watched? But I'm quite tired now. Robin said, great match. I was watching it on my TV, but it ended. Johnny going over the heel team down. That is silly how they just reset, said Slim Jim. Daniel said, if Johnny goes to AEW, what do you think makes him want to change? Is it new people to work with, dream matches, NXT calls the main roster failed? Could be a bit of everything, couldn't it? Could be that he doesn't think he'll get used well. Might be that, you know, he's got a great relationship with Adam Cole and he likes what's happening over there. Money could be good. Might be a better schedule. You know, it could be really promising for him. Could be like a lot of good stuff. But I genuinely don't know if that's a move he's going to make. I don't know if he's going to go there or stick on the main roster or what he's going to do. I feel like this is the end of his time in NXT. I feel that. But where he goes next, I'm not sure. Trash can lid to the back. And again. Oh. Belly to belly. And Waller goes through the table. Crazy. Mamma mia. Oh, I do miss Mauro Ranallo. Yeah, I do miss Mauro Ranallo. Holy shit. Strikes coming in by Johnny. Gets planted down. And save made by Tony. Another "this is awesome" chant. Multi-man spot. Goodbye, Beth Phoenix. Hello, Edge. Right, here we go. We've got into the side of the cage goes Bron Breakker. LA Knight shoving Bron Breakker into that cage. Kick to the midsection by Tony. Okay, Sonny. David said, I like the Dexter spot. Stomps coming in by Tony. Strikes coming in by Bron. Bron going over to the corner. And trash can to the back. Trash can being thrown at Bron Breakker by Tommaso. He's got Bron on his shoulders and he puts him through a trash can. 1, 2, kick out by Bron. Why do people keep using a trash can as a weapon? This match, no matter who wins, is 5 out of 5, says Joseph. Tony working on LA Knight. Tony setting up a table. I think, are we getting the Cora Jade spot again here? With, but this time Waller's going to do it. Cora Waller up top. Gratson Jade. Did you know that Mattel has a War Games for action figures? Yeah, saw it on the recent toy hunt. Slim Jim said, yikes. Yikes. Beth Phoenix says the amount of hang time that Waller was in the air for with an elbow drop from the top of the cell. Tony has gone and grabbed a crowbar. I'm watching War Games. Now, this is War Games, says Houston. That table exploded, says Jake. Strikes coming in by Pete Dunne. Pete Dunne stomping down on the kendo. Pete Dunne in control. Crowbar. Yeah, there's lots of things happening. Tony with a crowbar. Drives it into the side of Pete Dunne. Pulls out the mouthpiece of Pete Dunne, Tony. Jim Cornette is going to go crazy with how these matches have gone tonight. There's way too many weapons, says Bram. I want a Wrestling Days action figure, says John. Right, Pete gets planted down by Tony. Swinging net breaker from the top. Holy ship chance now. Right, Bron Breaker is throwing in shots with Tommaso. Big kick by Tommaso. Big strike there by Bron. Two collide into each other. Duck underneath. Frankensteiner by Bron. Super kick by Johnny. Oh, I haven't seen Johnny in a while. Bron picks up Johnny. Super kick to Waller. Right, now that Johnny's back into this, this might be all right because, like, Johnny brings the emotion. This match is devoid of any emotion. But Johnny being in it, and what with this being potentially his last match, and maybe some of the emotion of this DIY working together, might just give this match what it's missing. Oh, and that was quite interesting. That was an interesting spot. Carmelo grabbing the referee. That was interesting because there was no one that was going to be able to stop that pin. There was no one close enough to actually, like, interfere. And instead, he grabs the referee, which is interesting. Right, so we've gone from the one ring over to the other. Knee strike by Tommaso. He seemed to catch Johnny there, though, as well. Kind of felt like he sacrificed himself as Bron spears Tommaso through the table. The straps have come down by Bron Breakker. He picks up Tommaso. Slams him down. 1, 2, 3, and it's done. It's over. It's over. That's it. Bron wins. Are you excited that Johnny brought back his old song? I am excited. Who do you want to win? Who do I want to win? I suppose it makes the most sense to have 2.0 win. I suppose I would want the original gold and black brand to win because I do think that was better than the current version we've got. I like the old Full Sail NXT. That's my favourite version of NXT, the old Full Sail NXT. When they moved to the Performance Center, I thought it took a dip down. But I'll take black and gold over 2.0. But 2.0 was always going to win. Get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. What do you give it out of 5? LSW said 4.25. Marty says 5. They keep having the wrong person win, says CM. Uh, 4.75, 4.5, 3.5 says Hammer Studios. 4.55, 3.75 says David. 4.5 says Justin. 4.8 says Joseph. 4.25 says Slursons. 5 says Cameron. Jordan said, I just can't take 2.0 seriously. Should have used a Steiner recliner. This is my first War Games. I thought it was great. Ryan said, sad to see you guys didn't enjoy it. Dude, look at the scores. Dun dun. Right, that's it. I didn't know. I mean, like, 2.0 is standing tall. I thought there was going to be a moment for, like, Johnny, to be honest. Right, I'm done. Johnny's gone and he didn't sign a new contract. Yeah, there wasn't really... I suppose they focused on who they need to focus on. What do you score NXT War Games? Right, how... I don't know how long that last match actually was, but... 7... Right, I'm going to change this because I feel like the score's going to be quite high. 8 to 875. 7 to 775. 675 or below. Good show. I thought it was a 7.5. Rai says 675. Austin gave that 4.25 for the last match. Carmen Live 2 said, can I get a shout out? My war for NXT War Games is 9 because of Johnny Gargano's old song returning. I would say that's quite easily pleased. If you've gone for that because they've given him back his old song, then do you know what I mean? If that's, they're laughing. They are laughing. All they've got to do is just give people back their old songs. Kim said that was the wrong finish. I'm seriously tired of this company. Also, War Games is worse than any of the others. NXT Black and Gold should have won. If Black and Gold win, though, are you not saying that the current crop of superstars are not as good? Are you not saying that the current version of NXT is inferior to where we were? Surely the message that they want to send is that 2.0 is the best version of NXT. I can't say that I'm surprised that 2.0 have won. 626 says Shaquem. 7.5 says Austin. Rashawn says 7.5. 7.5 says Dylan. Minty said they went over 49 effing minutes. Jesus Christ. Jesus H. Christ. John said 6.5 toilet segments out of 10. The average is looking to be about an 8.3. The match was 5.5. War Games, 7 out of 10. War Games was good, but it could have been better, says Hammer. Look at the people that are saying that Black and Gold should have won. Pointless. Andres Hunter said that's what I'm saying, 2.0. David Conley says 2.0 always going to win. I always said Bron would get the win. They're building him. Why the flip would Black and Gold win? I think they'll do a farewell to Johnny after this show is done. I really thought there would be a moment after it for Johnny. I really thought there would be a moment for Johnny after this. Like maybe a bit where the 2.0 leave the ring and it's just like Tommaso and Johnny in the ring. Something like that. That would have been good. Imagine 2.0, the winning team leave the ring, and then you've just got like Johnny in the one ring, Tommaso in the other, and they just kind of look at each other and walk over and give each other like a massive hug. And as the crowd go like crazy and everything, and they're like saying something to each other, and like we'd all be like, "What are they saying? What are they saying?" And then like you know maybe it just fades to black or something like that. It could be really interesting, couldn't it? That you could have done something. You could have done something. If that is the end of Johnny, I think it's a bit of a. Well, the priority was elsewhere, wasn't it? Let's put it that way. If that's how the Johnny Gargano in NXT story ends, then their focus was definitely elsewhere in that match. But they did still give him some moments. They definitely gave him moments. Kim said, I don't think they're as good because Ciampa and Gargano carried the brand. Yeah, I mean, Kim, I don't think anyone is going to argue that the 2.0 wrestlers are better or are as good as Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, but that's all irrelevant because at WWE and NXT are going to want everyone to believe in these current stars, and one of the ways they're going to do that is by having them win against the old stars. So even though like we're not sold on it, even though we kind of believe that if they were to fight for real, then well, fight for real, but do you know what I mean? If it wasn't a case that we just had like a rebrand and it was going to be super painfully obvious as to why 2.0 were going to win, if it was a bit more of a level playing field, say they did it as teams, say it was Team Johnny versus Team Tommaso, and the story was a lot more equal, then yeah, you know, it could have been a bit more interesting. But I think all throughout 2.0 we're going to win it because the story they want to tell is that 2.0 they want to tell the story they're better. what we're doing now is better than where we've been before. The superstars we've got now are better than what we had before. That's the story, isn't it? Doesn't mean we believe it. Doesn't mean we're buying it. But they're telling it. Maybe Tommaso and Johnny did what you said just off air. I don't believe in these new stars, says Tahil. I've lost interest in this brand, says Jensen. Main event carried the show. Tom said, I don't think that Ciampa should have got pinned. I get that 2.0 should have won, but for Ciampa to get pinned makes him look weak. What is your opinion? I scored the show a 7. What was my opinion? My opinion of Tommaso being pinned is, to be honest, I didn't really notice. The only thing with Tommaso being pinned is that it does make an argument for... was it Bron that pinned him? So, it makes an argument for their story to continue. So, Bron can say, I deserve a rematch. I deserve a title shot. And Tommaso can be like, why? Let's not forget how War Games ended. Let's not forget who pinned who. So, look, Tommaso is not going to have a long title reign. He is going to drop that belt, I would imagine, to Bron Breakker sooner or later. And I think it's all just part of the story towards that, to be honest. We have to accept that the future is Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes, Waller, all of these new NXT stars. We have to accept that is the future. So if it makes Tommaso look weak, then so be it. Because he represents the past now. Just like how the the black and gold brand was the past. Like, we're moving forward now. We're going with these new stars, whether you like them or not, whether they're working or not, whether they're connecting or not, whether they need repackaging or not, we're going with them. And in all fairness, it's the right thing to do because NXT is developmental. It's not a third brand anymore. It is all about bringing through the stars of tomorrow. So we need to focus on these stars because fast forward 5 years, these are your WrestleMania main eventers. Your Bron Breakkers taking on your Duke Hudsons are going to be, in key matches on WrestleMania. These, your Odyssey Jones taking on your Von Wagners. This is your WrestleMania in the future, so you've got to invest in these people. Your Wallers are going to be there or thereabouts. Carmelo Hayes, I'm not so sure because he's a bit on the smaller side, but, it's not a problem. Daniel Bryan made it. He was on the smaller side. But I do think that, Vince will prioritize more Duke Hudson, Odyssey Jones, certainly Bron Breakker, Haaland. These are the next wave. So you can't have Tommaso just staying in NXT for another 5 years, beating the stars of tomorrow. So, I get it. Amen, says Joseph. Sleepy time, says Sam. It's getting late. I gotta go. Thanks for the stream. See you tomorrow. My friend. What time are we looking at? Oh, we're only a couple of minutes away from kind of wrapping up ish. We'll do this. I'll give my score in a second. I'm warning you now. My score is way lower than all of yours, but factor in the fact that I don't like War Games matches because I don't like matches that are spot. It just doesn't do it for me. It's just not. I get bored. So I was largely bored with that main event, and I was bored with the opening match. So if the two long matches kind of bore you and you're just kind of waiting for them to finish, you're kind of scrambling around looking for what on the show you are going to enjoy. But I can understand why people enjoy it because it's high octane and there's big crazy spots and there's lots of designed OMG moments that get thrown into them. But Jesus, I feel like if you've seen one War Games match, you've seen them all. Do you know what I mean? How many times have we seen people jump off the top of a cage onto a table? I mean, I feel like I'm watching a drop kick now. So, yeah, I feel like I'm watching a suicide dive. How many of them do we see? So, yeah, I think my score, what I've done is I've tried to be fair, because I had a feeling it was going to be low compared to the communities. So what I've done is I've actually scored each match and then added it up, basically. So the first match I gave 2.5 to the women's match. Didn't grab me. I hate the fact that the match goes so long and then it starts. So you watch a load of stuff and it's all pointless. I hate the jumping off the top of the cage. There's loads of stuff in there that just, yeah, it's not for me. But it's not a 0-star match, or it's not a 1-star match. It's not like a 2-star match. I've gone 2.5 stars. I like Cora Jade selling. Some of the weapon use I thought was fine, but I do agree with the comment earlier. There's too much weapon use. There's too much of it. This might be controversial, but I think I would only do one War Games match. I think if you was to take the best parts of, because like when Waller goes up, I can't be the only one that was like, here we go, Cora Jade spot. Like we saw it earlier in the same show. Like, I can't say this is awesome when I saw that spot literally earlier in the show. So it's like, I kind of feel like you only need one War Games match. Now, if the women's program deserves it, go with the women. If the men's program deserves it, go with the men. Headline the show with the War Games match. I wouldn't do two. I would just do one. Just do one War Games match. If it's the women that deserve it, go with them. If it's the guys that deserve it, go with them. And then that way you're not seeing like double spots, double table spots. And I don't know how many like times I saw people get put in bins. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I feel like I'm seeing largely the same things. It's just the girls do it and then the guys do it later on. So, yeah, I think that takes away from it, because a lot of them, what I'm watching in the main event, I'm like, not only is it not for me, but I saw it earlier in the show as well. So, yeah, I gave it 2.5. There was stuff in there that I thought was done well. As I said, I liked the selling from Cora Jade. I liked some of the weapon work. I thought the finish was silly. I didn't like everyone was down. Everyone had been laying down for a while. And then Cora Jade just kind of scurries over and gets the pin. And like for such a high-octane match, it was a bit of a weird conclusion. So the first match, yeah, 2.5 for me, but I know people were higher than that. Maybe my favorite match of the night is the second match, the tag match. I really enjoyed the tag match. I gave that 3.75. I really enjoyed it. I thought that had a lovely pace to it. There was some great moments in there. Everything felt like it had a fast pace. I mean, it built as well. Like, it wasn't just a million miles an hour from the start. Crowd were popping when like Von Wagner was getting tagged in. And there was some lovely close falls, some nice tag team work. I really thought that was a very good match. So I went 3.75 on that. And it's funny because that was the match I said I probably wasn't bothered about the most. I said outside of the War Games ones, which I already know are not going to appeal to me, the tag match might be the one I'm not that bothered by. So, but it's turned out it might be my favorite. So 3.75 for that. The match after was can't remember, I think was it the hair versus hair match. So, hair versus hair match, I ended up giving that 2 out of 5. There was a lot of low scores for it. Just didn't really do much, to be honest. I don't know if it was just a bit, I don't know, just didn't really do much. I don't think I'm the biggest Duke Hudson fan, wrestling-wise. I think Cameron Grimes is good, but their styles didn't seem to mesh very well. This wasn't like a classic. I didn't feel like I was watching Johnny Gargano versus Malachi Black. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't feel like I was watching this great match. I didn't feel like I was watching this epic struggle. Who's going to have their head shaved? It didn't really feel like that. I do like Cameron Grimes. Duke Hudson, I'm not sold on yet. I think he will go far because of his look and his passable in-ring skills. His skills in-ring might actually be better than passable, but at the moment, they're only really showing themselves as passable to me. I'm not edging my seat. Oh, my God, this is awesome. I don't get that vibe from that match. So I was around about a 2. I mean, like the head shaving after. It's a bit of fun. That was a bit that I was looking forward to, actually. I wish they'd have done a bit more. I think he starts shaving his head and like he does the front bit and you don't see it that much. And then he runs away and you don't really get to see it. I also thought what the chat was saying about how maybe Cameron Grimes should have had his head shaved because it would have been more effective. I thought that was a fair comment. So I ended up giving that 2 out of 5. Next match after that was like a 2.25, 2.5. I kind of thought that Roderick Strong and Joe Gacy was, pretty average. Again, didn't really get going. The weird little Harlan thing outside where she just picks up Ivy Nile. And I mean, that doesn't really take away from the score, but it's more the fact that, again, I didn't feel like I was watching a classic. There was no "this is awesome" chance for me or OMG moments or really close falls, lovely little reversals, or it felt like they were going through the motions to a degree. There was a few nice little spots. I remember Gacy getting his shirt ripped off and whatever, and Roderick Strong can put on a great match, but I think if we look back in the history of Roderick Strong great matches, I don't feel like we're going to talk about that one. I don't feel like that's one that's going to come to mind at all. So Roderick Strong retains, probably like a 2.5. And then main event, I'll admit, I mean, it's not for me. I keep saying that, but I'm fully aware of it. And also, I was definitely fading towards the end. I was feeling pretty good when they were like doing the ring walks and everything, but like that match is so long. It's such a long match that I was just like, yeah, it's just like hitting people repeatedly, lots of things going on. It doesn't build. There's no drama. There's no emotion. It's just spot, hit weapon, whatever, move. It's just boring to me. I find it boring. So, but I gave the women 2.5. I would say the men's one was probably a little better. I like when Johnny got blood earlier and got a bit of colour earlier. I thought that was good. So Johnny getting a little bit of colour in there. Some nice little moments showcasing, different people. I'm not going to necessarily penalise them for doing the table spot twice, but it certainly didn't make me pop. I ain't really counting it. I ain't going to penalise them for it. I thought, what he did was fine. Table exploded, but I certainly weren't going OMG, this is incredible, because I saw Cora Jade do something earlier, and I've seen someone jumping off the top of a cage. I don't even know how many times now. So I miss the emotion. I miss the drama. I miss the back and forth. I miss the struggle. I miss the investment in those matches. It is what it is. It's designed to be a spot fest, isn't it? That's its purpose. It's designed to put a woman in a bin and have her jump off the top of the cage. Like that's what they did last year with the Shirai when a load of people catch her underneath. This is the match. You like it or you don't, So I went 3.5 on that. I could have gone lower. Could have gone 2.75, but I thought, you know what, I'm a bit tired. It's the main event. The emotion of like Johnny and everything. I'll give it a little boost. So I've tried to give it a little pickup. I've tried to give it a little booster. So I've been as fair as I can by going through and after every match, like scoring it. I've tallied it all up and it's come out to be about 14, 15 out of 25. That's roughly going to correlate to about 5.8, something around that ballpark. So I think that means that, if I give it a little boost as well, a little tickle, not really for any reason, but just round it up to 6 out of 10, then that's going to be where I'm going to settle. I mean, that's me with giving it a little tickle. Really, it should be at about a 5.8. But 6 kind of feels about right. If I hadn't have done that and someone was like, what do you think about the show tonight? I would have said probably 6.25 to 6.5. I would have been around that ballpark. So the fact I've done that and it's worked out to be about a 5.8 to a 6 kind of makes me go, that is 100% the area that I want to be for what I think the show was, is around 6.25, but around 6.25. That's where I want to be. If I'd have worked that out and it came out to be a 6.5, okay. If I worked that out, it came out to be a 6, okay. If I worked it out, it came to be a 6.25, okay. And that's how I've got to my score. So there'll be people that passionately disagree with that, and that is absolutely fine. As we've said before, like when it comes to wrestling, it's just like a lot of things in this world, isn't it? It's like, are you gonna necessarily argue with someone that wants to, say that prawn cocktail crisps are the greatest crisps ever made? It's like, no, I don't want that argument. And equally, I'm not going to argue with anyone if they tell me this is an 8 or that these matches are 5 out of 5 or anything like that, because I don't mind. I don't care. To be honest, I don't care. This is my scale. This is how it works for me compared to all the other war games that I've seen before and all the other matches that I've seen. And, of course, taking my own personal tastes into account. So, yeah. I must admit, I feel like they need to do better than this. I think they need to do better. I think that this isn't very original. There's nothing here that I think is original. There's nothing here that I see as creative. There's nothing here that I think is really pushing wrestling forward in the, as we go into the year 2022. All I've seen here is pretty uninspiring stuff, to be honest. And I think that has to reflect in the score. All I'm seeing is just a lot of what we've seen before. I mean, really, what was the originality here? What's making NXT different to any other wrestling brand out there, or really any other time in wrestling? I mean, this show could have existed 2-3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. What was different? I mean, I suppose one thing I'd give him a little credit for is putting the cage in the crowd. Maybe a bit dangerous after what happened with Seth not long ago. But I do give them a little bit of credit of putting the cage in the crowd, because I think the cage in the crowd, I do think that it's got a nice moment where the wrestlers are walking out through the crowd, and it's got a nice visual to it. Do you know what I mean? It kind of connects the wrestlers with the crowd a little bit closer. And I think that connection has always been important. I think that connection, in a way, has been lost. Maybe the plexiglass was, it had to be there, but maybe that really put a wedge between the performers and the audience. If you think about like how NXT was in Full Sail, that crowd was such a part of the show that they were like constantly there. You were seeing the same faces all the time, like Izzy and Kyle, the guy in the Everton shirt. Like, you were seeing, like, it was like a little family. You knew, like, some of the faces. Tie-dye guy, the shirt guy, he used to go all the time. You see him in the crowd there all the time. So you would spot familiar faces, and it became a part of the show, really, to see the same faces each week. And it kind of made you feel a little bit like you was tuning into a club. Do you know what I mean? And, like, you knew some of the people in the crowds, and obviously they even used Izzy, didn't they, for like a couple of the stories and whatever. And there was times where wrestlers would go in with the crowd, and obviously we saw like the shoulder tackle from Keith Lee and Adam Cole going flying into the crowd. And because of the pandemic, that connection had been lost. That the plexiglass had gone up, and there'd been like a real barrier between the wrestlers and the crowd. So I think the simple thing of not putting the cages in the entranceway, but putting them in the crowd and having the wrestlers kind of come down, and you could see the fans trying to touch them as they were coming past and whatever. And I thought that was it's such a simple but such a clever move. The sweetening of the crowd sounds I thought was quite interesting as well, because I had praise for the crowd, and I know a lot of people had praise for the crowd, and then you watch that tag match and you go, I can really hear the noise. And no one is cheering. Like, they've either got a ravenous crowd behind them for some reason. Yeah, for some reason, These sections are going mental, and these sections that are on camera look bored. So, you couldn't quite figure out what was happening. Or someone is playing some fake crowd noises here, and we're getting piped in. This is awesome, and piped in, cheering and whatever, because what you was hearing was absolutely not what you were seeing at times. So the crowd, I actually thought, and the atmosphere really, really added to the show. But those question marks hanging over it, I think, just make you go, do you know what I mean? Like, it really adds to the show, but it doesn't add to the show once you realise that they might be faking it. Once you realise it might not actually be happening, and that the crowd you think that are having a wonderful time are maybe not even having a wonderful time. Because there was definitely parts of the show where people were just sat there and just looking bored, to be honest. So, don't know, yeah, that's a bit like, don't know what the truth is to that. Be interesting to hear anyone that went, what their experience was like, was it a red hot crowd? Oh, the other thing as well is that I do think there could have been Performance Center students that were actually put in the crowd. I do think there was a chance that there was like Performance Center people that was in the crowd that was helping to sweeten it as well. Undeniable, though, there was chance of NXT and Ciampa's going to kill you, and you could definitely see the crowd getting involved in those. So I'm certainly not saying this was a flat crowd and they were dead all night. 100% not saying that. But I am 100% saying I don't think they were as into it as what we heard. So that's just an interesting observation as well. Yeah, and then there's like just a few things like, would you have Von Wagner successfully? I mean, like, why couldn't you have had Von Wagner beat up Kyle O'Reilly? I don't get it. You could have had Von Wagner beat up Kyle O'Reilly, and then O'Reilly backstage furious demands a steel cage match. Like, why make Von Wagner turn heel and like not succeed? Don't know. I still don't get that. I still don't get why he turned heel and didn't succeed. It's not the biggest problem in the world, but it's just again another observation. And there was another one as well, which was a bit quirky, and I was like, why did they do that? Can't remember now. But it was along those same lines. Why did it go that way? But, I mean, all in all, what I would say is it's probably in line with what I was expecting. It was not a disaster at all. It wasn't a disaster. This wasn't a disastrous show. This has not been a painful experience. So I do appreciate that from WWE. So it's not been a painful experience. There will be lots of people raving about it. I think you'll see a lot of reviews that are going to be very positive. Yeah, it'll be, it'll just be interesting to see where 2.0 goes. But I do keep coming back to that lack of originality. I do keep coming back to the fact of it's like, what are they doing that's different? What are they doing that's going to really push things forward? What are they doing that's going to get us all excited about tuning into NXT 2.0? Because, I mean, one of the segments that could sum up tonight would be the Ikemen Jiro segment, where he is eating food backstage, and then we watch him go to the bathroom. And then he goes, like, maybe I'll just have one super slice next time. And you go, what is this? Is this Raw? Am I watching Raw? Kind of, it had like a real Raw vibe to it then. So, yeah, that's them my thoughts. It's funny how you weren't bothered by the tag match, but it turned out to be your favourite, says the Seed. Yeah, I know. It's how it goes, isn't it? I did say beforehand, I was like, this is the match I'm least excited for. Because, like, I was quite excited for the Cruiserweight match, because I thought, well, if Gacy wins, then we might get that all-inclusive championship. So I was like, that would be fun. It didn't go that way, of course, but I was into the match because I do like Gacy. I'm quite intrigued by him. I can't figure him out, so I'm still quite intrigued by him. Obviously, Harlan's very popular, and I really like Roderick Strong. He gives us great matches, and I like Diamond Mine. So you kind of look at it and go, okay, there could be something there. So I was into that. Hair versus hair, as I said, a little bit of fun. Someone's going to get their head shaved. That's normally a fun little moment. whoever it is going to look drastically different after they get their head shaved. So you kind of go, okay, that'll be worth watching. Certainly if it was going to be Cameron Grimes, I mean, what does a bald Cameron Grimes look like? And you didn't quite know if he might lose because it might be part of his transformation. So you go, okay, that could be all right. Then, the War Games will be the War Games matches. And, the tag one was the one that I was like, I've seen quite a few Imperium matches that just haven't done it for me. They're just a bit dull. They just kind of go through the motions a little bit. They don't really reach the same heights, same levels as American Alpha or DIY or some of those great classic Revival. Some of those great classic NXT tag teams. They don't really reach that level. So I was kind of like, I like Imperium. I love Volta. So Imperium can pull it out the bag, but will they? Well, against the team of Kyle O'Reilly and Von Wagner that, for me, just don't have any chemistry. We haven't really seen anything from them either. They haven't been teaming very long. They feel like they've been shoved together. It feels a bit like the AJ and Moss relationship. It's like, Kyle's been shoved with Von Wagner to try and show him some stuff and, help him, get match ready or whatever. So that's kind of how it felt. And then it turned out to be a great match. And you're kind of like, yeah, this is really cool. And there's some really good stuff. And it had what I love in wrestling, which is a bit of a story, a bit of a journey, a bit of a change of pace, a little bit of drama in there, a few little kickouts, some nice moves, some realistic action. It was good, it was hard hitting. They're teasing about the tags, hot tags in there. Nothing that made you go, oh, this is silly. It was just realistic, had a nice pace to it. It was good. I enjoyed it. Yeah, 375 for that. Yeah, and there was moments all night. There was moments all night. As I said, it's not a disaster. When have you seen a net breaker with a crowbar from the top rope? It's just a different variation, though, isn't it? Of when have you seen a woman jump from the top in a trash can? I mean, you haven't, but it's dull because it's just someone doing a move with a weapon. Someone doing a move with a weapon. So I don't care does that mean that I'm going to have to get as excited if someone does it next time, but next time it's a kendo stick? Do I have to pop at that next time? Because it's I'm sorry, but I don't find that impressive. I mean, if you want to do a net breaker from the top and it's actually going to result in that person getting injured and they're down and they're struggling to get back into the match and, they're being beaten up and they're really trying to dig deep and, you want to try and tell that story. You want to put some emotion into it and you want to put some storytelling into it. But it's not that. That's not War Games. War Games is we do that spot and then we move on to the next spot. And so the next spot will be someone running around in a trash can. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. There's a few things in there that do work and they look good. As I said, in the main event, I've given it 3.5. But I'm not looking at someone doing a net breaker with a crowbar going, this is 5 out of 5. This is the greatest match I've ever seen. I've never seen that before. So this is a 5.5. When I talk about originality and creativity, I'm not talking about doing a move with a weapon. I'm talking about things that are going to really make you want to tune in because, wow, we're doing some stuff outside the box here. We're really doing some stuff outside the box. And it's hard to say exactly what that is, but an example I would give you was moving the cages into the crowd. So moving the cages into the crowd meant that the wrestlers came down through the crowd rather than coming down through the ramp. Now, the difference there is that when you're showing a wrestler walking down the ramp, obviously you don't have much of the crowd in the frame. So that means the wrestlers walking down and it's just them making their way down to the cage. There's not really much to it. You're just seeing a wrestler running to a ring. When they're doing it through the crowd, you've got the excitement of the crowd right there on camera as well. So it kind of really helps build up like, okay, this is a big deal. Like, here comes Io Shirai, and she's making her way down. There's people popping as she's coming down, people trying to touch her as she's trying to come down as well. You know, as soon as the cage opens, you're seeing the crowd chanting, Tommaso's going to kill you, and like they're really getting excited, and you can see that excitement. It's not that you can just hear it because we're having to look at Tommaso coming down an empty rampway. Like, he's actually coming through the crowd now. That's quite exciting. Finding different ways of bringing the audience into the show is quite exciting, and I hope they continue to explore that, because I think that's good, you know, to try and find different ways of bringing the audience in. That's the kind of creativity that I was talking about. To my knowledge, I don't remember, say, AEW doing that. I can't remember AEW doing it whereby they have their wrestlers in, like, cages in the crowd, or people coming, like, through the crowd outside of, say, Moxley's entrances. Like, you know, I thought that was done differently to what we had seen before, and I thought that was quite clever. But yeah, I mean, like, what you do to, like, stand out from other promotions, I mean, it just felt like all they did was just more spots. More spots. How do we match what AEW do? Let's do more spots. But it's just, I don't know, I find that lazy. It's just lazy. This is like Scorsese reviewing Spider-Man, says Dark Knight. I hope we get a decent Raw tomorrow, says Philip. I hope we get a decent Raw tomorrow as well. I can't remember what's been announced for tomorrow, in all fairness. They do tend to announce a few things in advance. Oh, I do remember one. Becky Lynch against Liv Morgan. So Becky Lynch against Liv Morgan for the Raw Women's Championship. I'm not expecting Liv to win that. I know that Liv's got a lot of fans that are obviously hoping that she will. I think what might happen is she might actually get screwed out of it, and then they maybe book the rematch for day one, because we've been seeing matches getting booked for day one, which I must admit I do think is a little strange, because day one is so far away. Like, day one is like nearly a month away. It's obviously the 1st of January. It's only the 6th of December right now. So we've still got a long, long way to go till we get to day one. So it's a long build to get to day one. So I'm guessing that we're going to see Becky versus Liv. I think Liv will be screwed out of it somehow. It keeps Becky a heel, and then we end up getting the rematch at day one, or maybe the third match at day one. Who knows? James says Gargano will tell all on Tuesday. Kim said, it doesn't make sense. We loved NXT as a third brand, and people like Ciampa, Gargano, and Keith Lee, but they take it away and they change it. If it was actually working, it's dumb to take it away. That's the thing, though, Kim. It wasn't working. It wasn't working. I agree with you. I loved the black and gold brand, like you loved the black and gold brand. So when we talk about black and gold, for me, it's DIY, it's American Alpha, the arrival of Undisputed Era, Finn Balor being champion, Samoa Joe, Asuka's run. That's black and gold for me. That all of that, like, great time. You know, Charlotte being champion, 4 Horsewomen, Bayley, Sasha at TakeOver Brooklyn. Like, we feel a long way from TakeOver Brooklyn. Do you remember takeovers in arenas and Sasha versus Bayley and Kevin Owens versus Finn Balor? Like, we feel quite a long way from that. I mean, like, would this version of NXT sell out Barclays Center? I really don't know. I mean, I'm guessing so. I'm guessing they could sell tickets if everyone went, but, like, it doesn't feel like it's got the same energy, the same buzz about it as it did when it was the black and gold brand. But, and this is the big but here, it wasn't working because it stopped being developmental. You know, you've had Johnny Gargano in NXT for how many years? Tommaso Ciampa in NXT for how many years? Taking up, like, those big spots. Adam Cole was in NXT for how long as well? Like, you've got people that have been in NXT for a long time taking up big spots. And it means that, like, you know, their spots are obviously secure, but how do you bring through the other talent that needs to progress and kind of go on? You know, if you look at like Carrion, when he got called up, he only had a very short time as champion. Granted, because, you know, injury, whatnot, and maybe they pulled the trigger a bit quick there. But, you know, we were seeing people coming up to the main roster that had only had little runs in NXT. And it kind of felt like NXT was potentially failing them. They maybe weren't getting the high-profile matches, the spots on the takeover cards or whatever that they should have been getting, or the experience they should have been getting, or more of the experiences they should have been getting against different types of opponents and all this kind of stuff. Because you had like some of those old schoolers that was around. You had some of those people that we were carrying for so long. I mean, it was a great brand and it was fun to watch, and there was people that enjoyed it. But if you look at the ratings that it was getting, I mean, it's consistently been under AEW. It was never beating AEW in the ratings. I think it might have once, twice, in it, like when it was going head to head, but that's about it. Every week was pretty much AEW just pounding NXT in the ratings. So as a third brand, it wasn't matching what they were doing in AEW. It was miles behind Raw and SmackDown. So as a third brand, it was, I don't know where do you say the line is for success and failure? I mean, was it entertaining us? Yes, but that's not enough if the ratings and the numbers that you're getting are maybe not where they want them to be. If you're failing as a developmental because you're not focused on being a developmental, and the ratings you're getting are not good enough to warrant you being a third brand, there's going to have to come a point where you're going to have to move and make a decision. You either keep it a third brand and get some star power into it to push up the ratings, which they tried, because don't forget, they were putting Balor in there. Samoa Joe ended up going in there towards the end of the last run. They used Charlotte in there for a little bit. Like, they were putting a bit of star power in there. Could they have done more? Yes. But I don't think Vince wants to spend money on big talent to just see them being used down in NXT to try and prop that up. You know, he is spending money on Charlotte so that she can go and do it on SmackDown or Raw. He is spending money on Finn Balor so that he can bring in people to, you know, the shows for SmackDown and Raw. So I think that you either keep it a third brand, get some star power in there, try to move the ratings up, or you have to go back to it being developmental, which is what it was originally meant to be. And that's the decision they've made. They've made the decision to take NXT back to being a developmental, which I'm fine with. I've got no issue with that, you know. It's time for Tommaso to go on to pastures new. It's time for Johnny to go on to pastures new. It's time for Undisputed Era to go on to pastures new. Anyone that's been around now, that's been down there a while, it's time for you to go on to pastures new. I mean, Aaliyah had been in the system for like 5 years or something. Maybe even longer than that. It's kind of crazy how long some people had been in the Performance Center NXT system. So, it's time for some of these to go on to pastures new. We need to be focused on new people. It's right that we're focused on Bron breakers and all this. The only downside, the only issue I have really is that some of it's not quite right. Hopefully that works itself out over time. The more we get to know Bron Breakker, the more we get to know Duke Hudson, the more we get to know Waller, the more their characters develop, the more they have some killer matches and they look a bit better in our eyes and everything, like we've got all of that still to come. Like, these are still early stages. I think part of the problem is that there was such a big change when we went from the old NXT to this new NXT. That was a big change. There was all of a sudden you were just getting thrown with how many new people? Do you know what I mean? It's like, here's Cora Jade. Here's Duke Hudson. Here's Ikamanjiro, who we had seen a couple of times before, but not on this level, not on this consistency. Here's Von Wagner. Here's Bron Breakker. Here's Haaland. Here's Joe Gacy. That is a lot of new faces to throw at you, expect you to remember and care about and know their gimmicks, know their motivations. That's a lot. It's a lot to ask, and it's been difficult. It's had teething troubles, absolutely. I also think it's really missed Triple H. I think Triple H has shown himself to be a very astute, very creative person, because it kind of feels like his version of NXT, when it was at Full Sail, was very entertaining. It had some good stories. It was rotating its roster well, and it was building up big stars. You know, it's doing a really great job, bringing in like wrestlers and giving them characters, music, and really making you care about them. You know, it was doing a really great job. I think things went sour when it went onto the network TV, because once it went onto network TV, there was a pressure for ratings then. And I think all of a sudden they became more answerable. I actually think when they were on the network, I think they were left to it. I think when they were on the network, who cares? Do you know what I mean? When they were on the WWE network, here's your budget, do what you're going to do. And brilliant, you know. I should imagine they were quite happy at selling out Barclays and doing these big shows and not really having the pressure of, doesn't really matter what the ratings are, does it, when you're on the network? But then all of a sudden it moves to USA Network. They've now got USA executives breathing down their neck, putting maybe a bit of pressure on in regards to ratings, putting a bit of pressure on in regards to the demo. And then, of course, you've got the head-to-head and the whole who's going to win. You know, you're in a war as well now. Now you're competing against AEW that have got Jericho and Hardy and Miro and, do you know what I mean? All the Cody, Kenny, the Young Bucks. I mean, NXT was always going to lose that battle because it doesn't have that star power. But it was just damned if it did and damned if it didn't. I mean, it wasn't developmental anymore, and I don't think it was strong enough to be a third brand. And the pandemic has hurt. I mean, what would have happened if it had just stayed in Full Sail? I mean, if it had stayed in Full Sail with a red hot crowd, you know, would it have performed a bit better? Because I think once they lost the crowd, they went to the Performance Center. For me, it definitely took a hit. It took a hit. Well, in fairness, they stayed at Full Sail and they had no crowd. I think they got the pandemic wrong because AEW put, if you remember, they had no crowd, but they put wrestlers around ringside, and it gave the show a bit of energy and a bit of life. And, you know, it was outside and it was a bit more interesting to look at. It felt a bit more colourful. NXT went completely the other direction. They kind of turned off all the lights apart from one light on the ring, a couple of lights on the ring. The only thing you could see was the ringside area, and you couldn't see any of the rest of Full Sail. You could just see like the entranceway, ring, and the ringside area, and it was quiet. There was no fans in there at all at the start. It was just this, like, they were like wrestling in a void. they were like wrestling in purgatory. It was not good. It was not a good look at all. So I think that when they moved away from that, it was probably a step in the right direction. But I think what they ended up going to ultimately was not the right thing. I mean, I like the look of the new place when they moved into it. I like that it felt edgy and it had the chain link on the plexiglass. But you soon started to realize that it drove that wedge between the audience and the wrestlers, and it really isolated the crowd when they returned, and that was a problem because NXT was you know, we are NXT. It was all about the family. It was all about the crowd. Once you actually drove that wedge between them, which you had to do, you had to have plexiglass. I mean, there was nothing you could do about that. But it just felt like, I don't know, I mean, like the crowd feels smaller. It feels smaller. It doesn't feel as loud. Like tonight really stood out because it felt more like the atmosphere we used to get at Full Sail, which is why it's disappointing when you look at it and go, that might actually not be a real crowd reaction. That might be a tape. So, I don't know. There's a lot there. There's a lot there to unpack. There's a lot there to kind of talk about, debate about, but yeah, I mean, I definitely miss the old. NXT. I did love that version of it when it was at Full Sail. I do regret actually. I went in 2018. I really wanted to go to a taping I really wanted to go to a taping. And it was such a shame because they were taping, I think it was like 3 or 4 episodes at Full Sail, proper NXT that went on the old WWE network, not USA network ones. They were recording 3 or 4 episodes of that, but it was the week after I came back, and I was like, damn it. I did get to go to a house show, though, and it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. Got to see Dakota Kai was there, EO was there, Kairi Sane, Shayna Baszler, Jessamine Duke, Marina Shafir, Viking Raiders, Keith Lee, Lars Sullivan, trying to think who else, Jessie. She was around, hadn't even seen her before. It was long before she'd started being on TV. She actually had a geeky girl gimmick. I've spoke about that before. I remember seeing her thinking, right, mental note, I need to remember this girl. Oh, do you know who else is there? Rick Boogs. Rick Boogs was there. I remember seeing Rick Boogs. He was known as Eric Bugenhagen or something like this. And then obviously they change it to, well, Vince always changes the names. So, yeah, I mean, the house show was amazing. I have to admit, if I was to go back to Florida now, I don't know that I would go to an NXT show now. I don't know. It doesn't hit the same, do you know what I mean? Like, you want to see Adam Cole, and you want to see Undisputed Era, and you want to see, like, EO, and, I mean, EO's been in for so long. EO needs to move. But, it's like, you know, you want to see these people. I do agree, completely agree with what Kim was saying earlier. It doesn't hit the same to want to see Von Wagner or Cora Jade. Cora Jade might hit for some. She doesn't hit for me. Toxic Attraction. Do you know what I mean? Again, might hit for some. It doesn't hit for me. Don't know. Yeah. It's we'll see. It's still early for 2.0, but I can understand people saying how it doesn't feel the same. I can definitely understand that. The simple fact is I don't think it's meant to. Days, when are you going? Yeah, we're wrapping up. Daniel says, check out Sean Ross Sapp's tweet about Jeff Hardy. He was sent home after what was described as a rough night and was very apparent in his dark match after the show. What, this is a Sean Ross Sapp tweet? I'll have a quick look. Sean Ross Sapp. Unfortunately, I can confirm PWI's insiders report that Jeff Hardy was sent home after what was called a rough night for him that became evident as of last night's live event. Best wishes. There we go. So it's pretty much what you said, bud, yeah. Almighty Supreme said, I know he isn't your favourite, but LA Knight, in my eyes, completely stole the show tonight. Do you know what? I do have a respect for LA Knight. I do have a respect for him. He can talk with confidence. He can cut a promo. He can definitely, like, go in the ring as well. I mean, like, he is it is a weird one. He doesn't quite do it for me. Like, if there's an LA Knight match, I'm not like, okay, here we go. I'm really excited for it. I don't ever get that way with LA Knight. I think it's because when he talks, he never really says anything. There's no kill shots. There's no lines that make me go, oh, that is good. Do you know, like with The Rock was charismatic, wasn't he? LA Knight is charismatic. The Rock's charismatic as well, of course, maybe the most charismatic. But The Rock would always hit you with a line or something that would make you go, oh, that was good. You know, what do you think? It doesn't matter what you think. Like, I don't get that from LA Knight and his promos. His promos are just very confident, great delivery, but give me something that's going to make me think, oh, that was good. Give me something that's going to make me excited for your promo next time. But he is a great professional wrestler because he can deliver promos with confidence. He can go into a ring and give you a really solid performance. And, you know, on the right night, it could be an incredible performance. And on the right night, could be an incredible promo. Like, he is a great professional wrestler. So I've got no shade for LA Knight whatsoever. And to be perfectly honest with you, I think he did do a good job tonight. I can't remember him doing anything that made me think, wow, he's completely messed that up, or like that was awful, or I can't remember anything from LA Knight tonight that I thought that. And some of the stuff I thought he did, was pretty solid. There was a nice spot where he came down and the door was padlocked, and he decides to climb over the top of the cage. Kind of gave him a little spotlight, gave him a little moment. I thought that was pretty good. So, yeah. Jim said, I still don't like LA Knight. It still sounds like it should be the name of a crime show. We'd watch it, though. In my mind, that's a guy on the back of a horse going around LA fighting crime. I'd definitely watch that. Rashawn said, I was starting to watch NXT in late September. I wish I watched it with the likes of Adam Cole, Finn Balor, Keith Lee. Rashawn, if you get to go back, I really recommend it. I genuinely think that if you was to go back and watch like the old 1 hour episodes of NXT from like the WWE network, I think you would really enjoy it, and you'd probably get a lot from it now, because a lot of those stars that were coming through have now come through and either gone on to succeed or even been released or whatever it might be. But each of their characters were also interesting as well. I keep thinking about like Tyler Breeze, who had like the selfie stick, and he was Prince Pretty, and it was such a strong gimmick, such a well-rounded, really strong gimmick. Like you look at him, and then like you've got like Charlotte, who was the daughter of Ric Flair, Asuka, who was doing in NXT what she was doing then, like what she does now. I mean, she hasn't changed at all, really. She was still doing this stuff down in NXT, and, you got Bayley, the huggable one. I suppose in a way Cora Jade would have fitted in all right. She's kind of like the skateboard girl. I suppose you have to give credit to Toxic Attraction, what you're getting from them. I do look at Von Wagner, though, and go, what's that? And I do look at, like, maybe Duke Hudson and go, what's that? Why should I care or not care about these people? So, yeah, I mean, some of the gimmicks in the past were just brilliant, Finn Balor, of course. The thing is, you can mention names now and you know these gimmicks, but imagine seeing them for the first time in NXT, and just imagine, like, how exciting that was. Maybe that part of it would be lost now, but, like, you'd tune in, like, hoping to see what Finn Balor was going to do this week, or hoping to see what would be next for the Four Horsewomen. Like, I remember seeing Charlotte versus Becky versus Sasha versus Bayley at a takeover, and that match just blowing my mind. I remember that match being really significant, because I remember seeing them all, and they all had such strong, different personalities. And it really felt like a battle to be who was going to be the face of the women's division in NXT. And I've said before, I don't like multi-person matches, but that was one that really got me. It really, really got me, because I was like, that's incredible. It was incredible. It was a great match. All 4 women, you could see an argument for winning. Each one had a really strong identity. So you had, obviously, Bayley, the huggable one. You had the lass kicker, Becky, from Ireland with the fiery red hair. She had a bit of a steampunk thing going on at the time. She had like a steampunk like hat and goggles and all of that. That's like well before she became the man. Sasha Banks, the boss, what she is now. And then Charlotte, the daughter of Ric Flair. So as I said, the fact that like all these gimmicks now, that might take away from it. But so exciting for a developmental brand. So exciting. Absolutely brilliant. And then, like, you've got Finn Balor, you got Samoa Joe, you got, do you know what I mean, Kevin Owens. It's brilliant. Get sharing your thoughts, fire in what you want to say. I mean, like, we've potentially got 12 minutes. If we shoot off before then, that's absolutely fine. But I'm quite happy to stick around for a few minutes to get people's final thoughts before we part ways and get ready. My plan is, as soon as I'm done here, I'm off to bed. I'm going to go straight to bed. Johnny will be on NXT 2.0 on Tuesday, says Kirsty. I'm ending the poll. 9 to 10, 32%. 8 to 875, 27%. 7 to 75, 25%. And 6.75, 15%. Poll was almost done by 400 people. So big thank you to everyone that took part in that. I must admit, am I surprised by that? I suppose I am. I suppose it's a bit higher than I was expecting. I knew it would be high. Probably thought that the 8 to 875 would probably win through. So 32% of people saying this was a 9 to 10 show is eye-opening. Primo said, Days, I am going to be, if any of those 4 NXT 2.0 guys get called up to the main roster and it doesn't work out, because at that point, what are we doing? Dude, you have to know that that is a very real thing that can happen. I think you have to remember with NXT now, yes, we are getting people ready for the main roster, but that's what we're doing. So right now, we are getting people ready so that they know where the cameras are. They know what their entrances are like. They know their cues. Don't forget, there is a lot of these people, not all of them, but some of them have come in from, say, an American football background. So you can train them at the Performance Center, but nothing is going to be able to replicate a live show in front of a crowd on network TV, right? So you bring them in, say, take Odyssey Jones. So Odyssey Jones, right? Odyssey Jones in NXT is learning how to do an entrance with his music. Like, are there certain beats in the music? Are there certain moments where he needs to strike a certain pose? Is there, like, something that he can do that works that no one thought of? I mean, there's so many things that, like, you just do it and it works and it connects with the crowd, and so you keep it. Do you know what I mean? Like, look at the Burn It Down for Seth Rollins. I mean, to my knowledge, that was never planned. It was just something that I think was said. I think it was actually said during a WWE 2K advert. People then were bringing signs, burn it down, and all this kind of stuff, and then they ran with it. So, you know, if you're a wrestler and you've got your music, you can have your cues and, right, stand here, do this, do that. But you want that ability to try it out in front of a live crowd and see what they connect with, what do they like, what don't they like, what's comfortable for you, what do you want to change. You want to be able to explore that. That's going to take a bit of time, and certainly where you've got no house shows at the moment, that is going to take a lot of time. So you're kind of having to do that during the TV tapings. Not only that, you're having to go to the ring, deliver some scripted lines, so you've got to remember those and be able to deliver them successfully and convincingly. Then you might have a match. You're going to have to show that you can wrestle, of course, and go through the motions, but can you recall certain spots? I mean, don't forget, a lot of these spots don't just happen in a match. It's not like, right, I'm going to grab a bin and I'm going to do this now. Like, it's planned in advance. It's spoken about backstage, and there'll come a moment in the match where they might say, right, bin spot, or something along those lines, and you need to now go and do that. So, you know, being able to recall that information, perform the move, like, there's a lot of things. And then, like, just your general interaction with the crowd, making sure that you're hitting the hard cam, you know where there's no point with your back to the hard camera. You need to make sure that you've always got that as well. And then, like, you know, there's so many different things that you need to be practicing. That's what we're doing here. If this is a developmental brand, then we're developing. So that's what we're doing. So you give people wins, you build them up, you present them as a big deal, you get them ready for the main roster. And it's always been the case that once they go to the main roster, Vince then uses them however he wants to use them. Look at how they've been changed over the years. People's names have been dropped. Karrion Kross arrived as a flipping gladiator. Like, you are expected to be able to deliver and perform whatever you get given at Raw or SmackDown. The only way that you're going to get to the point where you can do that is by learning it in NXT. So I wouldn't get it. You can't necessarily see this as the start of their... I suppose you can see it as the start of their journey, but there's really, you need to see this more as this is its own thing. This is its own thing. Once they get called up, that becomes a brand new thing. So that's why, Carrion completely changed his ring gear. And, as we said, people drop names. You get Keith Lee coming up being flipping Bearcat. Some things do get kept. I think Elias was largely the same. Definitely you get things that are kept the same, but there's plenty that gets changed as well. There's plenty that gets changed over once people get called up. So view this as its own thing. 2.0, it's right they win because it's their time now to shine. But once they get called up, if it doesn't work, don't be surprised if that's the end of their journey, or they get changed and they become mid-carders, or whatever it might be. It's you never quite know how it's all going to pan out. Hasib said, the problem with NXT is back then Finn came from New Japan. We'd heard of him. We don't know these guys have come from now, if you see what I mean. Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, Vince isn't so worried about that, though. I mean, yes, they were bringing in people, but you can argue they were bringing in maybe the wrong people, because what Vince wants right now is he's looking for big stars, big names that are going to, help him in the future. So Bron Breakker, I can see being a world champion. You would have said Finn Balor would be a world champion. You'd have said, yeah, the Demon, Finn Balor, he'll be a world champion. Well, here we are, how many years later? And I mean, honestly, I know that next year will have been 7 years since Finn Balor won his first NXT championship. That's next year. And so far, he has been Universal Champion for 24 hours. That's it. So, yes, they brought these people in, but were they the right people that they were bringing in for Vince? For us, they were. I love Finn Balor. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that he was the wrong person to bring in. I think he was. I'm not the person that runs WWE. Vince is. For Vince, he will want American football stars, jacked, big. He's looking for Odyssey Joneses. He's looking for Duke Hudsons. He's looking for, they've done trials specifically to find anyone that is big. Regardless of the background, the Performance Center is there to teach you how to be a wrestler. That's its point. And Vince doesn't put any stock in, don't care if you've done it in New Japan, because the New Japan style is so different to the WWE style. I've heard them say it's actually more of a problem if they come from the indies, because you've got to unteach them the things that they think are what makes a good wrestler. And they could be right, but that is not what WWE look for. So it's better to take someone that you've not heard of, that hasn't been at the indies, that you can then teach the WWE style of wrestling to, and kind of just take them from scratch. It's a lot harder to take someone from the indies and turn them into... It's hard to take a wrestler and make them a sports entertainer. That's what it comes down to. But you can take a nobody and make them a sports entertainer. So, you're not wrong. For me, NXT was better because we were getting Finn Balor. Just like NXT would be better if they brought in Naito or Okada or Tanahashi or Takahashi or any of the New Japan stars, Switchblade, Jay White, it'd be very, very exciting. But I don't see that happening because I don't see Vince wanting them now on the main roster. Days, I like the old NXT. We could have just left it at that, couldn't we? We could have just left it at that. Austin says XY Zion Quinn is going to run NXT. I was quite surprised we didn't see him tonight, to be honest. I thought we was going to see him tonight. LDTV said, Days, I'm so happy to be LDTV live on location here in Ontario, California for King of the Ring inside the Citizens Bank Arena with all of you. That was done very well, LDTV. I think you can be our correspondent. Austin said, I think they rushed Finn in the world title picture, to be honest, says Austin 316. Lee said NXT's new color scheme should be green and brown. Green for the inexperienced talent and brown for the wrestling. We've got 1 minute to go. Monica's here, giving out some kisses. Kisses to the boys, and I'm sure kisses to the girls as well. There should have been an XY Zion Quinn segment, says Austin. Bakayuka said, Days, the next developmental for WWE will be the NIL program that Triple H is forced to operate in. This program has all flaws all over it because you can't take any normal sports athlete to be a wrestler. I mean, yeah, listen, this is the WWE way. This is the WWE way. This is what Vince wants. It's what Vince wants. Universal Championship is a world title, so Finn has been a world champion for 24 hours. Days, lol, Britain, sleep. Anthony, shout out to you, dudes. Yeah. Do you think Carmelo Hayes got lucky around the time he was signed? I do. Carmelo Hayes does make me scratch my head a little bit, actually, because he is a smaller guy. He doesn't quite fit in with the new direction. Duke Hudson, really tall. Von Wagner, really tall. Odyssey Jones, massive. XY Zion Quinn, huge. Bron Breakker, huge. Haaland, huge. Trick Williams is quite big as well. I do look at Carmelo Hayes, and he looks like someone that could quite comfortably compete in 205 Live. I suppose there's an argument that he's very charismatic. He's a good talker, good promo. He's decent in the ring. I don't know. You can't just have nothing but giants. You are going to need some smaller guys, but I could be wrong, but I don't see Carmelo going on to become a WWE champ, Universal champ. And I don't mean that as disrespect, because for me, I think he's fine. I'm sure he could go on to do that. Daniel Bryan did. I think Adam Cole would have. I really hope Johnny Gargano will. But we've just heard that they want NXT to be bigger guys. That's just common knowledge. It's been spoken about, and it seems to be showing itself that way as well. So, I don't know. I suppose Carmelo Hayes is a bit of an exception. Even Joe Gacy is. I know he's not the tallest, but we've compared him to Wyndham and Kevin Owens, who, do you know what I mean? What maybe he lacks in height is he's got in bulk. He's got in stature. I don't know if he's lucky, but he is maybe an exception. Back tomorrow for Raw, and what promises to be a very interesting Raw, because of course we are going to be looking at a women's title match, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of other things. I'm sure there's going to be things in store for Big E and Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins and the gang. So and Austin Theory. Who knows? We might even get more Vince segments, mightn't we? We might get some more Vince segments. So, we might be getting some more Vince and Austin Theory stuff. So, plenty to look forward to tomorrow. So, appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for watching. And hopefully, see you again next time. Bye, Monica. Bye, everyone. Bye for now.